v tenhle moment, kdy ten telefon vezme
lebo je to ani dokonca nie kernelový, je to proste user spaceový server, ktorý má RPC interface, ktorý z hodou okolností pripomína APIčko pre queues. A čo je na tom najväčšia sranda, že vzhľadom k tomu, že sú tam tie RPC servisy, tak vy dojdete k tomu, že tak 90% času vy vlastne ani ten queue server nebudete potrebovať, lebo prídete na to, že tie queue všetky vám lietajú v rámci jedného procesu. Takže v CMRX v nejakých 90% prípadov to používate ako knižničnú funkciu v rámci jedného procesu. No a ešte keby vás zaujímalo, ako veľmi veľký problém je do tohto napísať driver, ktorý bude bežať v user space, tak my sme to vyskúšali za vás. Zobrali sme tajný USB a naportovali sme to do tohto. Viete, koľko riadkov kódu sme museli v tajný USB zmeniť? 3 a naimplementovať posal, na čo tajný USB má natívnu podporu a chodí to bez problémov. Krásne. Takže k nejakej takéto architektúre sme sa dopracovali, kde máte len mikrokernel, ktorý je úplne minimalistický. A keďže je minimalistický, tak je značne portabilný a tá portabilná časť mikrokernelu má nejakých 700 riadkov. A máte bandu serverov, do ktorých si implementujete, čo chcete. Tie servery preto vyrábajú klietku, z ktorej sa nedá uniknúť, ani keď ste driver. A máte procesy, ktoré spolu komunikujú. No. A teraz, prečo by vás vôbec malo niečo také zaujímať? Nás, ako autorov operačného systému, to zaujíma kvôli tomu, tí, čo ste boli včera na prednáške o CRA, tak ste o tom počuli, ale a spomínali sa tam aj nejaké drafty, tak zrovna tento 304.626 je draft, ktorý hovorí o best practices na vývoj operačných systémov. A tam sa ochrana pamäte aj v kontexte mikrokernelov spomína ako technická požiadavka. Takže áno, u operačných systémov môže dôjsť k tomu, že vy to budete musieť používať. No, a prečo môže? Pretože keby ste si ten draft otvorili, tak zistíte, že tá časť, v ktorej sú na technické požiadavky, je taká akože pomerne dosť dobre rozpracovaná. Potom časť, kde sú profily, je taká, že slabšia. A časť, kde by bolo napísané, že v akom use case, ktoré z tých requirementov musíte implementovať, tak to kompletne chýba. Hej. Čiže to je zatiaľ také, no nevieme, jak to bude. Alebo respektíve na ako veľa use caseov to kladivo dopadne. Ale zaujíma vás to aj vtedy, ak ste výrobca zariadenia z jedného dôvodu. CRAčka vám predpisuje, že v prípade, že vaše zariadenie má nejakú zraniteľnosť a vznikajú incidenty, tak vy quickly, čo sa väčšinou zvykne interpretovať ako do 24 hodín, musíte urobiť nejaké opatrenie, ktoré zníži dopady tej zraniteľnosti. Neznamená to, že musíte vydať fix, to je prakticky nemožné, ale mali by ste nejakým spôsobom zamedziť tomu, aby sa to ďalej brutálne zneužívalo, čo v niektorých kruhoch sa debatuje, že no dobre, tak ono v niektorých prípadoch, akože keď už nie je iného zbytí, tak vy budete musieť tú fičúru zakázať. Ale jedna z validných stratégií, ktorú viete použiť na to, že dobre, tak ja som obmedzil dopad tejto zraniteľnosti aj tá, že vy prehlásite, že spôsob, ktorým je tento zraniteľný kus kódu naintegrovaný v mojom systéme, zabraňuje tomu, aby sa to týmto spôsobom dalo zneužiť. A ochrana pamäte, ak viete napríklad takýmto spôsobom zavrieť do chlievika Bluetooth stack, čo je vďačný zdroj bezpečnostných incidentov, sa môže stať, že vám to úplne v pohode prejde. Stále to neznamená, že vy ten bug nemusíte fixnúť. Vy ho fixnúť musíte, ale máte oveľa väčší čas, pretože napríklad vo vašom zariadení to nebude aktívne exploitovaný zero day. Dobre. Takže ďakujem vám za váš čas. Keby ste si chceli pozrieť viac o tomto projekte, tu sú linky. Projekt je open source na GitHube a ak máte nejaké otázky, tak sem s nimi.
Ďakujem za prednášku. Koľko je takých core developerov toho operačného systému?
Pozeráš sa na neho.
Jeden.
Áno. Dobrá správa je, od budúceho týždňa mám interna, ktorý na tom bude robiť tiež.
Ďakujem.
Ešte tam bola jedna otázka.
Tiež ďakujem za prednášku a chcela som sa opýtať na akom najslabšom hardveri sa to dá rozchodiť.
Na začiatku tej prednášky, ale vy ste to ešte nebola, bol slide, kde bolo Raspberry Pi RP2040. A bude vám to ešte chodiť napríklad, v podstate najslabší hardware, ktorý potrebujete, musí mať procesor Cortex M0+. To je úplne ten najslabší z najslabších 32-bitových kontrolerov ARM. A napríklad prvá verzia toho operačného systému bola vyvinutá na procesore STM32L0. Momentálne hardwareové požiadavky sú zhruba 13 KB flash a niekde okolo 2 KB RAM, pričom tá spotreba rámky hodne záleží od toho, čo a koľko si toho nakonfigurujete. Pretože jedna z vlastností tohto operačného systému je, že on je kompletne staticky konfigurovaný. V ňom neexistuje nič, čo by sa dynamicky alokovalo. Takže keď si nastavíte veľa procesov, veľa notifikácií a takýchto vecí, veľké steky, samozrejme spotreba pamäte porastie, ale ak budete mať jeden, 2 procesy a 2 thready a minimálne množstvo notifikácií, no možno sa dostanete aj pod kilobajt.
A ešte som sa chcela spýtať, ako je to s dopadom na batériu, ak je zariadenie napájané na batériu?
Dobrá otázka. Toto riešime takým spôsobom, že nechávame integrátorovi voľnú ruku v tom, ako si bude manažovať čas. Nemáme predpísaný žiadny interný timer. Operačný systém exportuje interface voči tzv. Timing provideru, čo je služba, ktorú si vie vytvoriť integrátor. Napríklad, ak potrebujete low power clocky. To znamená, že sa neviete napríklad spoliehať na systik, ktorý sa vám vypne, ak vypnete jadro, tak si viete urobiť vlastný timing provider, ktorý bude presne na mieru toho, čo potrebujete. Napríklad si viete urobiť kernel-like tickless, na čo je tam principiálna podpora. A potom spotrebu riadite vy. Keďže je kernel tickless, tak nerobí nejaké periodické tiky a v podstate tam sa limitom stane aplikácia.
Tak já taky děkuji za přednášku a chtěl bych se zeptat takovou rychlou otázku, jaké ještě platformy teď konkrétně podporujete, kromě ARM Cortexu?
No, zatiaľ v podstate podporujeme ARM Cortex, alebo teda ARM V6M, ak má MPU, ARM V7. V príprave je podpora ARM V8 a v repozitárii je, a to vás asi tiež prekvapí, je hardwareová podpora, teda podpora hardwareovej platformy Linux. Totižto celé toto viete skompilovať, keď poznáte koncept user mode Linux. Tak toto vie bežať v user mode.
Jo, super, děkuji.
Dobre, ďakujem za účasť.
So I guess I will start. So hello, my name is Marek Hensel, and today I prepared a presentation, Hacking in the Gray Zone, number 2. It's a deep dive into the topic of info stealers. Now, as I start, I had a similar presentation about half a year ago at the B-Sides. Anybody saw this presentation? Okay, so we get 10% of the crowd, let's say. And when I mention info stealers, who here knows what info stealers is? Raise your hand. And keep your hand raised. Have you seen info stealer logs? So have you had a chance to have a deep dive? So okay, so we got about 12%. And anybody infected by info stealers? Hopefully never, but this is a presentation to give you a little bit of an insight of what info stealers is and what to watch out for, and hopefully you take away something away from it and pass on the word. So first of all, a few words about myself. So who am I? About a year ago, somebody called me a technology anarchist, and when I heard it, I'm like, what, anarchist? That doesn't sound very good. So when I got home, I looked it up, I Googled it, ChatGPT'd it, and I found out that really a technology anarchist, it's somebody who's a open source technology diehard. It's somebody who advocates for system decentralization, so sort of going against the sort of centralizing everything. Emphasizing technology anarchist is somebody who has a focus on freedom. But for me, what's one of the key attributes is really somebody who takes care and views their privacy and anonymity on the web as a key. And one of the characteristics also that was listed there that is a little bit part of me is sharing the know-how, the skills, doing some education and training, and hopefully I pass on some interesting information to you regarding info stealers. So that's me. And so why am I here? Yeah, why am I talking here today about info stealers? And the reason is about a year ago, a good friend of mine told me, hey, I have a startup, and what I do is I go and search the darknet, and I go to different forums and to Telegram and to different groups, and I try to collect all the leak credentials that have been published on the darknet. And when I collect it, I basically sort it, I categorize it, I process it, and I'm building a big database that basically is going to be a tool that notifies individuals, companies that they've been compromised, and they get notifications. So when we see something published on the darknet, we grab it, and as soon as possible, we let the people know, hey, your data is on the darknet, it's being sold, and it's being used by cyber criminals. And the hard part is to take the data, and because it's typically text logs, and to actually parse it and make the database. And but he's saying, what I'm really focusing on is to build a database that's simple, where you can go in and very easily query and basically get domain-related information, basically extract it from the logs. And the thing that I'm trying to do is accomplish it maximum simplicity. So basically have a list, more or less a table like Excel, and then there be able to see the output, no ballast, no bells and whistles. It's really about the credentials. And when I saw it, because I'm into privacy, and I've been doing a lot of things about metadata and being able to see the little bit of information you have maybe in some in some packets, basically the fact that you're communicating with the system is really revealing a lot about what is happening on the other side, what is happening with the individual. So for an example, right, if metadata, you don't have to listen to the telephone call. It's enough to know that maybe there's been a lot of telephone calls to the lawyer, last week, or maybe there was a lot of telephone calls to doctors, and this metadata is very telling because it's telling you either you're solving something, legal, or maybe you're solving some health issues. So to me, the metadata is the key. And when I looked at my friend's database, what was in there, I was blown away. I mean, not looking at the credentials, not looking at the websites, just the metadata, what it contained, taken from the users, was just so revealing. And you get all types of information. You get it from name, contacts, birthdays, where the person basically serves, what banking, where they do their banking. So based on this, let's say, interaction, because I did a lot of consulting, I decided, yes, this is an area in cybersecurity that, in my view, is very important, because if you look at the cyber threats that are out there, especially for corporations, the number one cyber threat is the internal user, right? The employee, the contractor, and this is where is the most probability you have a leak or your data compromised. And in my view, the second biggest area is the employee, contractor, partner gets infected, and through those infected data, bad guys get into the infrastructure. So to me, this is the top number two, let's say, way how data can get misused and how you can be, let's say, damaged in the digital world. And then, of course, there's the topic of cookies, where it's not only about having the credentials, but also seeing the cookies that fill in the picture of what the user is doing, but also the cookies having the ability, and I'll probably mention it many times, is to bypass to multi-factor authentication. Yeah, so I mean, the problem with info stealers is not only that your passwords are out there to the accounts, but the problem is that also if the application is not set up properly, that somebody doesn't even need to know your password. They don't need to be on the mobile to verify the authentication. They can just use the token cookie. So when I saw it, I basically changed my professional life in certain respects, and I started paying attention to the area of cyber threat intelligence, specifically the info stealers part. So what is info stealers? As I said, it's a malware. It's malicious, and the whole purpose is to get inside your computer, maybe hang out there for a little while, and then scrape as much data from your computer as it can, and send it to the malicious actor. You have passwords, cookies. I mean, big part of the info stealers is to get to your financial information. So part of info stealer focus is to try and get your credit cards, or also to get the crypto wallets, and then somehow for them to be misused. Yeah, you have a fingerprint of browsers in there, so it's not only that you have the passwords taken away, but also the attacker knows what browser you use, what software you have on there. There's just tons of information inside the info stealer logs, and we'll have a closer look at what is inside. So maybe let me start with a little story. About 3 months ago, I talked to another friend of mine, and he told me, yeah, so we just got a new function in our tool, and now we are able to identify credit cards and be able to parse credit cards and show it on our tool. And he's saying, well, so I looked at it, and I saw some guy, some record, and there was 5 credit cards that were published to darknet, and it was in the database. So I decided what I to do what I normally do, pick up the phone and call them, and I said, hey, you know, we're Alerts Bar, and we collect stolen credentials from the darknet, and your credit cards have appeared on in our database. We parsed it, and it would be good for you to, you know, take care and change it with the bank, and if you need, we can give you some help to, you know, make sure that the impact of your data being on the darknet is minimized, so I'll help you change all your passwords, so on and so forth. And the other guy on the phone, he said, well, who are you? I don't trust you. Please leave me alone. No, don't contact me again. And then my friend says, well, you know, so what can you do? This is, you know, typically a frequent situation. And guess what? A week later, the guy called me back, and he's like, yeah, can you please help me? Well, you know, yeah, all my credit cards, they're down to zero. They stole 50,000 of my dollars. I contacted the bank, and the bank told me, well, everything's in order. Yeah, and there's nothing suspicious about your transaction. Sorry, I mean, you lost $50,000. I mean, yeah, well, you know, and you know, I have no money now. It's all gone. Can you help me? So my friend said, well, yeah. So I wrote a letter to the bank explaining to the bank that what we do, and that his data was on the darknet, and but that's all I could do. It was too late. Yeah. So let's go to story 2. So I thought, okay, that's interesting, and then I have access to this tool. I've been playing with it for the last year, looking here and there, trying to help people out. So I think, okay, credit cards, that's interesting. So I had a look. I you know, researched a little bit about credit cards. So I found out that a credit card, the first 6 numbers, it's a BIN number, and it identifies the bank and the product. I looked up these BIN numbers. I contacted one of the cybersecurity guys at one of the big banks, and I said, hey, we offer info stealers. It's great for your cyber defense team, you know, to have it on your SOC team, and you know, if some data is leaked by your employee or maybe by your customer, you can react to it. And by the way, we have this new function. We have also credit cards in the data, so maybe we can have a meeting with your fraud department. And so we set up the meeting. I presented the product and showed them what we have. And then at the end of the meeting, we said, well, basically, okay, well, let me give you the last few records of July. It was middle of July. There was about 20 records that showed up in the database. Let me pass you those 20 records, and you let us know what you think. Is there some new credit cards in there or not? And basically the feedback to me was quite surprising, because the answer, first of all, very, very polite. You know, I was thanked, and I was told, yes, only 12 of the credit cards were relevant, because I just gave them the raw data. So some credit cards were already past expiry. There were some duplications. So only 12 were relevant. And in the end, they told me, well, we blocked two of the cards. But the answer that horrified me, and it is a typical answer, I would say, in the market, is because of the effort and our limited resources. Unfortunately, we have to say your tool is not perspective. And here I'm thinking is, wow, we just saved 2 people from a big headache, from big hassles of having their money stolen by them blocking 2 cards. This is manual work. Of course, it would not be so much effort, but it was very disappointing to hear this response. And for me, it's okay. So what do we do with this problem? If you contact the end user, they think you're some sort of a crook, and they don't really want to talk to you. If you go to the corporation, well, they have other priorities, so they don't really care about it. So what to do about it? So let me then go back and show you a little bit what is really inside. So the tool I've been started to use is Alerts Bar, and as I said, it has some old records, but it mainly focuses on the info stealers part. And maybe I give you a little short demo. Let me just go over to the screen. And basically, there's two parts to the tool. There's the public part, which anybody can use, and it's sort of like have I been pawned, except instead of putting your email, you put in the domain. So we can maybe put Vítejte, and you can get a good idea, how exposed the organization, that specific domain is. Or you can even put your email if you want to monitor once in a while, to see if there's any records that have popped up. But this is a sort of a nice general tool. It gives you an indication of where you are. It has two parts. The one part, the yellow, this is sort of your typical Tinder, Facebook sort of leaks that are published. Tens of millions of accounts were leaked on the web with emails and login. So that's the yellow part. And the red part is what is really concerning. This is the info stealers. This is when the actual complete data set from your computer is taken. So here what we can see, for example, for Vítejte is that in the month there's 45 new records. Sometimes they're duplicated. But it is an indicator that, yes, people at Vítejte, users or people who use the applications at Vítejte are infected. Maybe we can also take a quick look. Let me adopt it. Is maybe we can try searching maybe credit cards, see if somebody showed up. Anybody wants to volunteer their first 6 digit of their credit card? And we can do a little bit of a live demo. The difficult part is the other module that I want to show is the administrator, and you have the password, and it can be misused. But if you like, we can do a quick run. So any volunteers, and we can just sort of see. So let me prepare it. So I need the first 6 digits, and let me just prepare it. Yes, so I'm listening. 5168 44. Okay, so I will just do a quick search. I hide the. Okay, I have to totally hide the name. Column, and we try to, okay, so let's see how this shows. So basically the tool, as I mentioned, it's very much a simple list. Here you see the bin numbers, you see the comp ID. This is a specific, this is actually the actual infected user. You have the credit cards, and at the left-hand corner, you actually see when they were infected. So last night, into the database, came in 2 new credit cards. By the number, it's 2 different users. And whatever bank you gave me is it's the 2 clients of that bank. So every day, there is new, let's say, logs coming in, and we see that there's some poor fellas or gals who unfortunately have been have had their computer compromised. So let's go back. So that's a little bit about showing you the tool and what type of data is on there. And here maybe it's just a summary how it works. So the thing that I love about the alerts bar is the simplicity. So you have a brief overview. So you see there's only 1 leak for this user, 1 leaked information. This is some old false positive data. But you see there's, for example, 12 info stealers infections listed here. There's 13, let's say, heap infections. These are not complete info stealer logs, password, user login. So typically also not false positive. Then you see that for this specific user, there's lots of cookies that were taken. This was, I think, for a specific email. You also can basically for each log, you can go deep dive, so you can look at the PC and then get the whole record of what has been taken away. And yeah, you see where the person serves in the URL, so you get a lot of metadata and a lot of context of what that person is doing. So there's, I would say, this part. And then there's the cookies, which I mentioned. And one big takeaway from the info stealers is two-factor authentication works, especially for the taken, stolen credentials. But when we deal with cookies, this is a little bit problematic because if the application is not set up properly, if the cookie stays around for a long time, then unfortunately you can use the cookies, as I mentioned, to actually bypass and get into the account as it was last open. Yeah. So part of the data, the cookie data, you get some additional, let's say, locations where the user might be logging in and what applications he might go to. You also get an overview of when the cookie expires. So to me, I think this is sort of interesting also for corporations because you can give them feedback is, yeah, maybe having a cookie for a year or a session token for this type of applications for users to log in for a year is too much. Maybe you should cut it down to maybe 1 week or 1 month, depending on the sensitivity of the data. So it can help you, the data. There's a lot of information in there that can help you to actually improve how your web application works. So this is a little bit about the info stealers, and I think that one of the main topics to take away is info stealers is here to stay. Yeah, and I will talk a little bit more why it is here to stay. But having been with the info stealers for working with it for the last year, I think one of the things is it's info stealers is like a hacker's porn. Yeah. I mean, you have the porn. Everybody knows, the porn industry, and it's not very, good for the society. But it's been happening, millennia ago in its own way, and it's going to continue in the future. Nobody really prospers from it. Same thing with info stealers. It's in the digital world. It came up. When you have data on your computer, somebody's going to want to take it, and info stealers is here to stay with us. Yeah. If you want more information, there's a really good website. It's at runany.run, and it's malware trends. And here you can see different viruses, how they are trending, which are getting more hits, and which are losing ground because some virus is more infectious. You also see the different types of viruses that are being monitored or that are most prevalent. So here in this example, we see that for this time period that I chose, that there was actually 2 info stealers as part of the top 5 viruses that were spread around and being tracked, where Lumina currently and consistently is on top of the #1 info stealer as far as number of infections. Yeah. What really gets me about the info stealers is there's a whole ecosystem, yeah, and info stealers is not just some small group doing bad viruses, but there has really become a industry out of it. Yeah, it's being offered as a malware as a service. Yeah, so you have the developers who create the viruses. You have the brokers who go take the virus and try to spread it around, be it by phishing or by taking over some websites and putting the viruses on various downloads. You have customers who want this data to misuse it, and you actually have some, let's say, fixed pricing or some pricing that already has been established that is expected for a certain type of data. Yeah, I mean the ecosystem. Here's a really good diagram from SecureWorks of the whole environment. So you have on top, you have the malware developer. Yeah, he makes the malware. He gives it to the broker to spread around, or he resells the whole platform, and then he gets feedback from the broker or the platform saying, hey, I'm not getting this type of data, or the virus is not spreading, so they make modifications to the info stealer so that it works better. And some of the logs, when I've been looking at the raw data, I could see, for example, Lumina, and then I saw, June 10th, version June 10th, and version June 12th. Yeah, I mean, they actually version, and every day there's some innovation in the viruses. So the access broker, he basically infects the victim. The victim has its data sucked away through a control server. The logs get published on some dark web market or some Telegram forum, and then you have customers and different malicious actors who purchase the data to then do harm. Yeah, one of the things in my view is info stealers is oftentimes the prerequisite, for example, for ransomware. Yeah, so yeah, how do you install ransomware? Well, first you get info stealers, then you get into the system, and then you get the money by installing ransomware. So it's it just gets me. Yeah? And if you look at the popularity, there's also sort of trends, who has the biggest market share of the info stealers. Yeah, when I was doing some research a few months back, what really got me is Lumina really made a huge leap forward as far as market share, because the competition Redline got busted, and the whole network developing and spreading this virus was eliminated, and therefore the next gang, took over and got the market share. Yeah. How do you get infected? So it's typical, phishing, malicious websites, sometimes browser extensions. And to me, what I think is most worrying and concerning is the trends of getting info stealers onto your mobile, onto your mobile app. Yeah, this is a small percentage, but it's growing, and I'm sure as time goes on, as everybody's more mobile enabled, this number will grow and will have a lot more devastating impact than just having your PC infected. Another example of info stealers is the predator, let's say, architecture, landscape, how they do it. So they basically infect the customer on the left, and they have a command or communication servers, and then they, I guess, centralize it into the first, let's say, hop, and then they hop again to give themselves more distance from the victim, and then they hop again. So they actually have multiple servers before you get actually to the threat actor. Yeah. So I mean, these are not let's say straightforward solutions. These are real, let's say, sophisticated and relatively extensive networks, just from the IT perspective. Yeah. And what is the infection rate from the OS? So typically Windows is most common, so they of course get the biggest share. For Apple, Mac users, this is going up, and there can be an impact that, for example, the Poseidon info stealer was so dominant, basically made from Macs being safe to becoming a significant part of the infection percentage. You are now getting more infections for the Android and a little bit for the iOS. And if you're a Linux user like myself, then good news. We're the least interesting to attack, and maybe from this perspective, the safest operating system that's out there. But it affects also sometimes the Linux users. So let's take a little bit of a deep dive, and let's go back to the banking information, because I think the credit cards, it's a best way how to sort of describe the severity and the problem with info stealers. Yeah, it's one thing to take away your credentials, but you're still many, or let's say the malicious actor is still many steps away from getting to the money, getting to a cash reward. But when you talk about credit cards, I mean, you suddenly shorten a lot of steps, and you already have all the credit card data. So just like a little while ago, like I did the example yesterday, I did a query, and I looked at one of the biggest Czech banks. I looked at the product. It was a Visa debit card classic. And in the last, I guess, since 29th, Thursday, I think, there was 6 rows of infection, 3 users who were infected. One of the users, his data actually came up there 3 times. So this means that his data got taken. Then I guess it got sold here and sold there, and suddenly it was being offered on the darknet on various locations, and we were able to collect it all. One of the users, let's call her Lucy, she got infected 2 times, and you see, there's a little bit of a difference. You see when the data is uploaded. Sometimes you don't have the name. In this export, the good thing is you don't have the CVV. Yeah? Sometimes these logs, they actually have, when you flip the credit card, you have the CVV or CVC number, and again, this is something people shouldn't know. So luckily, no CVVs, and all of these dates that are on here, the credit card is still valid from a time perspective. Yeah, so I did a quick export, and then I decided, okay, let's so you have a better feel of what info stealers is and what it looks like. Let's do 3 use cases. Yeah, let's look at those 2 users that we identified in this quick search, and let's have a deep dive. Let's see what we can learn about what sort of data got taken that could be misused, and basically look at the credentials, cookies, some metadata, and then looked at the raw logs, and then basically made some quick summaries. Yeah. So let's take a quick look at Lucy. Hi, I'm Lucy. And if you look at the info stealer log, and this is basically just the logins and password, one of the first things you can start telling is you can identify, and if you compare with some other data going deeper, you can identify that, yeah, there's somebody, there's a daughter using this system, there's the parent. You can see roughly, what they've been doing in the last little while. So, they travel, they like theater. Not the daughter, but you can see it's the adult. They're probably a smoker because they log into some online shop for smoking. What was sort of interesting, bad hygiene about this specific info leak is you see that Lucy has her name and her email, and Lucy is very much dominant in the passwords. Yeah, and the password doesn't really change around. It always starts the same. So you can sort of start getting a feel for who Lucy is, and what her behavior online is. Yeah, you can then go and maybe go into autofills, because part of the data that is taken away is autofills, and here it was everywhere. Yeah, so I type in Piestone, and popped up a lot of different web pages where they have Piestones, but there's in searches, because this is, I don't know why. For example, the HTTPS is in autofills. Typically, it's not. Typically, you have a search, and then you say, I want to search Piestone and additional grants or something. So this person is definitely a Piestone. They're also, and then because as we looked at the previous slide, Lucy appeared there 2 times. So I actually looked at the 2 logs. There were minor differences, not very big. And there were some extra data in one of the logs than in the other one. So it's basically the same data. One was a little bit richer, one was a little bit poorer, but yeah. And that was what was taken. So if I were to summarize, a little bit about Lucy, so I, we can tell her name. She wasn't too bad. She only had 52 login credentials. Yeah, typically it's about 200, I would say, the average of the InfoStealer log. We know they use T-Mobile as their ISP. They had 9 emails, so different identities in there. How many people, maybe deeper research would be able to tell. We could tell the mother and the daughter. We know where they work. We know the home address. We know the telephone number. We know what PC they use. Yeah, so we have the detailed log. We also see the cookie. Yeah? When I looked at the cookie data, you could see there was a cookie that's valid for a year, and it was on the 20th of October. So we know on 20th of October the data was still there. It got published, I think it was 29th. So 9 days later, we actually were able to have it in our database. So there was about 10 days time between the two. We see she used Windows 11, and when they upgraded, so about a year ago. And again, you see username is Lucy. Yeah, so yeah, it's very revealing. So let's have a look at Mike. What is a little bit different? So again, we see the IP address. Mike is very specific because Mike only has 11 leaks credentials, but yeah, after looking deeper at the InfoStealer log, I wouldn't really say he's better off than Lucy. Yeah? We can again see what they do. We see they use ChatGDP. Now, when you talk about privacy and having your own data secure, somebody having access to your ChatGDP, seeing the history, seeing how you communicate, I mean, that tells a lot about the person. So I mean, having this type of access, in my view, is very detrimental to the people from who it escapes. And the specific thing with Mike is his hygiene, password hygiene is awful. Yeah? Here we can look at, for example, the cookies. So again, you see what type of things they're searching at. They're doing a lot of renovations, home improvements, yeah, a little bit of health style, buying some supplements, yeah, reading books. And basically the great thing about the tool, it's very simple, and it's a query tool. So here I basically just wanted to look at what do they do on the check domain. Yeah, we can get the confirmation of the date when it was infected, and as I mentioned, you can actually go back. You see some of the cookies, they're not correct, but a lot of the cookies they're still valid. Yeah, 2025, November 20th. So most of the cookies are still valid and misusable. If we look at the raw data of Mike, then again, his password and his computer name is almost the same. Yeah, he uses username is same as his username. On a PC. Again, you can see what he's using. They're using a notebook, Windows 11, or we can look in a log and see what they've downloaded. Yeah, and here we see a lot of downloads, and it was also visible in the InfoStealer log that there's leaked passwords to mega. So you could actually, if you have the raw data, you could take the link and put it in the browser, and then you basically get to download their data unless the application is well structured and actually prevents this type of function. Yeah. Just seeing where the people serve is, in my view, very, very detrimental. So what do we know about Mike? Well, he had only 11 logins, uses O2, 2 emails, but the password hygiene is awful. 60% of the passwords are the same. All the passwords, first 11 characters start with, it's always the same and only changes a star, or puts, I think it was 91 star. So there's 3 variations, so it's basically the same password. Yeah, and the computer name basically was the same password, except it was a little bit shorter than the typical 11 standard password. Yeah. InfoStealers also takes away, for example, some special logs, Facebook. So you can see here Mike only has 11 friends on his Facebook. You can see his identity that Facebook assigns to him. And unfortunate for Mike, even though he wasn't on the list, his CVC code for the credit card was actually in the raw log. So in this part, yeah, we don't always parse properly. We don't always get all the data from the logs, because all the logs are different. And here, poor Mike, if somebody really looked and tried to misuse his credit cards, well, they would have all the information, yeah. Let's look at Pete. Yeah, I think very much similar thing. The difference with Pete is a lot of cookies. Yeah, and here I did filtering for authentication. Yeah, and I think what's interesting here, you can see all the authentications. They all are valid cookies. And yes, if you want to bypass 2 multi-factor authentication, well, you're probably going to use some of these cookies with something else, and you don't need that mobile. Yeah, you can bypass it right away. Yeah, Pete is a big fan of OnlyFans. Yeah. Yeah. So I wanted to verify where Mike lives. So took a little picture, confirm where he lives. I realized that if you click on the most recent, you can actually see the history of Cessna Maps picturing it. So you can see there was a reconstruction, about 10 years ago. Pete is using 2 cars, blue and silver. And after 2019, he installed solar panels. And then we know where he works, where he went to school, his phone number. There's just so much about it. So, in conclusion, yeah, there's some general recommendations. Your typical, don't click on things, and update your software and use antivirus. But a lot of these, the logs I've seen it says antivirus defender, yet there's the log out there in the darknet. So a lot of these, in my view, are good advices, but not necessarily the key advices to take care of. Yeah, the main one, in my view, is yes, use multi-factor authentication. Don't store your passwords in a browser. Yeah, minimize add-ons. Log out when you use the application. Yeah. And watch for odd behavior. Yeah? If you suddenly get an SMS to authorize something and you haven't been on the web, then maybe somebody is using InfoStealers to get into your account, and luckily your multi-factor authentication saves you because you get a warning system. What I would like to take away or offer is I'm looking for somebody to help me with this, to build a project, a project where we can do some good. So basically build a system that takes InfoStealer data, processes it, identifies who has been compromised, and then sends automated information, giving a notice, hey, watch out, you have a problem here, you should do this, and that. Yeah. So I welcome any of you to contact me, and I love to work on this. There's already a proof of concept I did, so I just need more people to help me build a system such as this. And I think the last note, maybe last story I want to sort of emphasize is the world that we live in today. Yeah? I was thinking this week about my grandma. She lived to be 100 years old. She was born during World War II. She lived through World War II. And I was thinking, I never remember, she never used an app. Yeah, I don't remember sitting her behind a computer. Yeah, she did have a touch dial phone, like the number phone, but I never really seen her in the computer. And I consider, wow, she was lucky. She only had to live in one world. It was a physical world. It was simple. She saw the people. It was great. Where are we today? Well, today we are in two worlds, yeah? We are in the physical and we are in the digital. In the digital, we are swamped with all these types of information. But the main thing is we have to keep identities of both, yeah? We have to keep a good identity in the real world, and we have to keep our identity safe in the digital world. So thank you very much. I hope you learned something, and look forward to hopefully next year here again. Thank you.
When you said at the beginning that you called the victim and told him that his credit cards were stolen and you're offering him help, the problem is that this is basically the same thing that actual scammers are telling to their victims. It raises it's suspicious.
Yeah.
So better is to just call the victim, say, hey, your credit cards are stolen, better to take care of it and don't offer any services. Or just say, well, if you want help, maybe you can contact me, but first contact your bank or some authority instead of immediately offering help, because this is just suspicious.
Yeah, and totally agree. And the bearer of the bad news is typically the one who gets hanged. Yeah. So I mean, if you come out and you say, hey, so you have a vulnerability here in the company, you're not necessarily going to get a positive clap on the back. Good job. It's like, leave me alone. You're bringing me trouble. Yeah. So, and maybe there was one more question. Okay. So thank you.
Tak jsem... No. Teď ještě stál tady po státnicích, jsem šel tady naproti do hospody si ještě na pivo. No. Tam jak je teď to... Ne, oni ho zavírali a pak ho bourali hned, jako 2004. Tak jsem si to přišel zkusit z druhé strany. Já jsem tam byl poprvé, já nevím, já jsem byl vzorný student. Tak. Můžu se zeptat, ještě máme minutku, ale když někdo přijde, já bych se chtěl zeptat, některé tady znám, vím, že začátečníci rozhodně nejsou, ale kdo z vás nikdy v životě žádnou mapu nevytvořil tak jako, že ani nepoužil nějaký software a úplně jenom to jde ze zvědavosti se podívat, jakže ty mapy, jak by o nich mohl přemýšlet. Je tady někdo takový? Nebojte se, nic se programovat nebude. Já tam mám občas slovo programátoři, ale já jsem to udělal tak, aby všichni mohli klikat. Jo? Já to pak ještě zopakuju potom na záznam. Já myslím, že už možná můžeme začít. Tak, děkuju. Tak, už nikdo nepřijde? Můžeme? Ahoj, já jsem Zdeněk Henek a přišel jsem vám říct dneska, chtěl jsem vám říct něco o mapách, jakým způsobem o nich přemýšlet. Pokud neprogramujete, tohle je hodně nadšenecká konference, takže počítám, že spousta lidí, ale přednáška je udělaná tak, aby jste nemuseli znát nic programování, jenom něco nakonfigurujete, ale jde mi spíš o to vám ukázat, jak o tom přemýšlet, tu mapu vytvořit. Tak vlastně, když se vytváří nějaký produkt, tak i ten produkt manažer musí mít nějaký pohled na tom, co chcou udělat. A když se jedná o tu mapu, tak ono to někdy je takový, to je přece jednoduchý, vememe ty body a dáme je do mapy. Obzvlášť, když je těch bodů málo, tak na začátku vlastně problém vyřešený. Že jo? A tady mám ukázku toho, jak to může vypadat, když už těch bodů je třeba 100 000. Když se podíváte vlevo, tak to je opravdu 100 000 bodů, tak jak jsou, akorát nějak nastylovaný na zelený kolečko. Uprostřed už je to trochu lepší, tam už jsou nějaké klasterizace, ale pořád vlastně to nemá žádnou informaci. A až ta mapa napravo, vlastně, kde máte polygony a ne ty body, tak tam už můžete říct, že máte nějakou, to uteklo někam, že máte nějakou informaci o těch mapách, protože tam máte nějakou legendu a aspoň vám ten polygon vlastně podle barvy řekne, kolik je bodů v té dané oblasti. A to může být i úplně dostačující k tomu, aby vlastně z té mapy jste měli nějaké informace. To nemusí být počet bodů, může to být třeba součet nějakého atributu, kdy třeba chcete ukázat na mapě sales potenciál nebo kolik v dané oblasti vaši zákazníci utratili za vaše služby a pak řešit, kde je toho málo nebo kde je toho moc podle toho, co potřebujete. Polygony jako takový nejsou úplně samospásný. Je potřeba... to přestalo fungovat. Tak já budu na klávesnici. Já se omlouvám, já to budu na klávesnici tady. Před chvílí to fungovalo. Ve chvíli, kdy máte těch polygonů hodně, tak ono to může dopadnout třeba takhle. Tady máte 40 000 polygonů jako poštovní směrovací čísla v USA. Z toho to taky víceméně nic nepřečtete. Takže je potřeba opravdu si rozmyslet, co chcete komunikovat na té mapě a z začátku opravdu není potřeba přemýšlet o tom, jak to bude uložené v databázi. To všechno jde úplně odstínit. Tuhle přednášku bych chtěl rozdělit vlastně do 3 částí, že pro začátečníky víceméně nějaký ty termíny, které jsem použil, ale zase jenom opravdu high level, nebudu zacházet do detailů. Potom bych chtěl ukázat, jakým způsobem vlastně lze přistoupit k těm bodům. Samozřejmě to nebude jediný možný, ale chci vlastně inicializovat to, přemýšlet nad tím, že máme body, jak je budeme prezentovat. A v 3. části bych vám chtěl ukázat vlastně, že když tu mapu čtete, už i bez těch vašich bodů, že si musíte dávat pozor, že ta mapa je vlastně model, je to nějaký zkreslení. A co všechno vlastně se může stát, když to interpretujete špatně. Takže mapa je vlastně model nějaké reálného kusu země. Většinou ji máme rozdělenou do hladin a každá hladina je tematicky jiná. Jsou to třeba pole, lesy, rybníky nebo voda, silnice, většinou i ty silnice mají třeba několik vrstev podle typu silnic. Potom vlastně každá ta hladina se skládá, říkáme tomu feature. Je to vlastně ten element mapový, jako ten jeden rybník, ten jeden nějaký segment té cesty nebo jedna budova. Potom ještě je jeden speciální typ mapy, který říkáme základní. Používá se často anglický termín base map nebo backdrop. A to je třeba hladina, kterou vám nabídne OpenStreetMap, když se připojíte k mapě OpenStreetMap, anebo i komerční provozovatele jako Google třeba. Teď vlastně každý ten feature se skládá z bodů. To všichni známe z matematiky XY, ale pozor, je tady nemalá skupina lidí, kteří používají termín latitude, longitude, a to je přesně obráceně, to je YX. Takže tam může pak dojít k tomu, že si někde něco vyrendrujete a ono je to na druhé straně světa. Tak, je tady jedna z nejsložitějších věcí kolem map, jsou projekční systémy. Bohužel země je kulatá, někdy si říkáme, že by bylo dobré, aby byla placatá, mně by stačila občas krychle. A jaký to má konsekvence? Že ty projekční systémy nejsou dokonalý. Já nebudu zabíhat do detailu, ukážu vám pak pár obrázků různých transformací, ale co bych chtěl, abyste si zapamatovali, pokud máte mapu celého světa, vaše aplikace míří na celý svět, ukládejte to v IPSG 4326, to je vlastně ten model té koule, pak ty ale operace nejsou prostě euklidovské, na to pozor, a na zobrazení používejte Web Mercator. K tomu s těm souřadnicím se ještě vrátím. Web Mercator to je ta mapa, kterou jste viděli vždycky ve škole, ta mapa, kterou používáte, když se podíváte na Google Map nebo na jakéhokoliv providera map v dnešní době, je to Web Mercator zobrazení. Pokud máte lokální data jako jednu zemi, tak doporučuji ukládat i zobrazovat v tom daném projekčním systému. Tak, tady je, když vezmeme tu kouli a prostě jenom uděláme její projekci na papír. Vidíte, že se to tak jako kdyby zahýbá nahoře. To je prostě daný tím, že jsme vzali kouli a roztočili jsme ji na papír. A tady je tohle, bez té čáry, tam vlastně co vydáte na těch mapách nejčastěji. A takhle by to vypadalo, kdyby jsme vzali celou mapu světa a udělali si u ní projekci vlastně do projekčního systému, který je určený pro Českou republiku. Takže ono se to tak, prostě něco se stane, je to funkce. Takže se to tam nějak naskládá, ale když si zazumujete na Českou republiku, tak ta je v pořádku. Prostě tady tohle je ta část, kde se ten projekční systém má používat, takže tam ho používejte. A určitě, já jsem tady před chvílí, tady byl odkaz na ipsg.io, ve chvíli, kdy potřebujete mít nějaký povědomí o těch projekčních systémech, tohle je asi nejjednodušší bod, kde můžete začít, vyhledat si ten projekční systém, tam jsou tam uvedeny základní informace o něm a jak je použít. Tak, tady už jsme byli. Tak. Ty mapy, jak jsem říkal, ty Google mapy, nebo i já budu tady používat mapy MapTileru, tak oni jsou definovaný na zoom levelech. Vlastně zoom level 0 je nejvyšší, vlastně kde máte jednu dlaždici na celý svět a postupně, jak se přibližujete, tak potom ty data jsou i víc podrobný a každá ta dlaždice je adresovatelná podle toho zoom levelu a potom vlastně na tom 2D, tím 2D rozměrem. Prostorový index. Tady bych chtěl, abyste byli si vědomi toho, že to existuje. Tady ten strom je jenom pro ilustraci, že vlastně jakým způsobem, co on nám pomůže. On nám pomůže, ne, že máme chytřejší algoritmus, ale že on je chytřejší, ale ne v tom, že by byl rychlejší, ale v tom, že prostorový index vám pomůže některé věci prostě nedělat. A když vezmete třeba mapu a teď na ní chcete zjišťovat, jestli bod kde leží, tak když nebudete mít prostorový index, tak vlastně musíte projít každý ten polygon a vyzkoušet, je ten bod vevnitř, není. A když budete mít prostorový index, tak vlastně se vám to zúží třeba jenom na 3-4 polygony a výrazně se ta operace zrychlí, když i v QGISu, nebo o kterém budu mluvit za chvíli, může dojít k tomu, že z minut nebo i desítek minut se dostanete na sekundy nebo aniž. Je to opravdu výrazný a doporučuji používat u větších dat. Kde ty data získat? V současné době máme velké množství otevřených dat, dají se data i celkem dobře nakoupit. Ale pro začátek vám určitě, pokud si tu mapu budete chtít postavit sami, vám budou stačit ty volný data. GeoNames, Česká republika je v tomhle úplně úžasná. Já bohužel nemám tu možnost používat český data, takže vždycky se jenom tak dívám, co všechno tady je. Později, po téhle přednášce workshop, tam bych chtěl ukázat ty data trochu i víc. Co je určitě zajímavé, tak Mapillary Street View. Tam vlastně je to stejná služba, jak má Google Street View, akorát, že ty obrázky jsou volně v použití a můžete si je vyzkoušet. Možná bych mohl zmínit ještě GeoNames. Výhoda GeoNames je v tom, že tam jsou všechny body i opravdu vesnic 100-200 obyvatel. A co je tam dobrý, je to, že ty body jsou popsané ve více jazycích. Takže pokud máte vícejazyčnou aplikaci, tak můžete využít ty jména těch míst v různých jazycích. Tak, jaké jsem použil nástroje při vytvoření tady té mapy? Všechno si můžete stáhnout, můžete s tím pracovat, je to open source. Většinou používám nějaký nástroj, který mám já, ale tady jsem se soustředil, abyste si to mohli zreprodukovat a neměli jste žádné licenční problémy. QGIS je desktopová aplikace, která vám umožní, abyste vzali ty body a ty polygony a dělali nad něma nějakou tu analytiku. Je to velmi mocný nástroj, který zvládá v současné době už možná víc než některé komerční nástroje. A svou otevřeností vám umožní dělat s těma mapama prakticky cokoliv. Můžete ho rozšířit pomocí Pythonových skriptů, ale spousta věcí je na naklikání myší k dispozici okamžitě. Leaflet je asi nejjednodušší webový mapový framework. Víceméně jenom vezmete tu mapu, nakonfigurujete. Opravdu si myslím, že to zvládne i člověk, který neprogramuje, jenom podle toho příkladu zeditovat ten text. Ale tím neříkám, že to budete dělat na nějakých produkčních systémech, ale vyzkoušet si to si myslím, že dává smysl. Veškerý vlastně body, který vytvářím, tak mám ve formátu GeoJSON. Jeho výhoda je, že je čistě textový. A GDAL je utilita, která opět ve chvíli, kdy chcete dělat nějaké transformace, tak místo psaní si vlastního softwaru stačí jenom příkazová řádka a provést tu operaci pomocí GDALu. Takže tady je jeden obrázek z QGISu, když jsem vlastně vytvářel tady tuhle mapu pro dnešní den. Tak, tady je ukázka toho leafletu, jak jsem o něm mluvil. Je to opravdu jednoduchý. Nejsou tam všechny části toho HTML stránky, ale tímhle, co tady vidíte, získáte prostě mapu, kterou můžete použít. Prostě nic tam nebude, ale máte tu mapu. Takhle vypadá o tom vlastně ten GeoJSON. A GDAL, tady jsem vypsal vlastně ty nejužitečnější, protože co většinou máte na vstupu? Na vstupu většinou máte Excelovou tabulku, kterou můžete převést na CSV soubor a CSV soubor můžete tímhle příkazem převést na GeoJSON. Takže není potřeba si psát vlastní program v Pythonu nebo v jakýmkoliv programovacím jazyce. Tak, teď přejdeme k té druhé části, kdy chci, abyste si představili, já tam mám vývojář zase, ale klidně produktový manažer, pokud nechcete programovat, a máte výzkumný projekt, kde zkoumáte radost v České republice, kde se vyskytuje radost, a najednou dostanete feature request, že máte udělat mapu. Tak pokud to dostane programátor, tak začne přemýšlet nejdřív, jak to budu ukládat, jak to budu... Ne, tohle vůbec nedělejte, zbytečně, nikdy nevíte, co vlastně chcete. V té první fázi určitě je lepší prostě použít statickou mapu, tak už všichni mají nějakou svou roli v tom týmu vývojovým. Tak, prázdná mapa. S tímhle začnete, tohle díky leafletu vytvoříte prázdnou mapu. Já bych ji otevřel, aby jsme se na ní podívali. Máme tady Brno, Královo Pole. A když budu teďka zoomovat dál, tak uvidíme míň a míň detailů. To je vlastně ten design ty mapy, že jak se přibližuji, teďka už tam nejsou vidět ty jezera, jak se přiblížím, tak už zase jsou větší, některé přibyly nějaké cesty. Tohle je věc, na kterou byste měli třeba i přemýšlet, když vytváříte nějaký složitější data, chcete prezentovat. Budu ukazovat na workshopu vlastně z jednoho projektu, na kterým pracuju. a teď bych se přepl dál. Tak. No a tady jsou ty body. Takhle, když vemete vlastně na té levé straně je mapa, kde si dáte jako ty markery. Já jsem použil jenom 12 000 těch bodů. Jo, protože když budete to vyvíjet, tak dostanete 900 bodů jako testovacích a jo, vytvoř mapu radosti, tady máš 900 bodů a všechno prostě, když tam máte jenom ty body, tak je všechno super, je vidět, prostě člověk se v tom orientuje, ale ve chvíli, kdy jich je 12 000, tak ono už to potom ani nejde jako vyrendrovat rozumně a začne to být hodně velký, ty data, takže potom ty kružnice, já bych třeba šel rovnou na ty kružnice. Tak, a teď si chvilku počkáme, protože oni vlastně, i když to mám na localhostu, ono to chvíli trvá, než on tam nakreslí všechny ty data. A teď si představte, že vaše aplikace bude úspěšná samozřejmě, že jo? Budeme mít mapu radosti, to jako je pozitivní, takže tam bude přibývat bodů, ale pak dostane tohle z 250 000 bodama, když se trochu od toho vzdálíte. A to máte jenom 250 000 bodů. Já počítám, že budou miliony. A co s tím teďka, že jo? Když se přiblížíme, tady zkusíme, tak vlastně ty body, až když se přiblížíte, tak tam už nějaký budou vidět. Ale ono to nereaguje. Tak to necháme být. Už tady něco. No, takže to máme. To jsou ty body. Tudy ne, ale zase jako jenom statické mapy, tohle všechno jsou jenom GeoJSOny i v té mapě. To byl jenom GeoJSON, statický soubor na disku. Takže příliš mnoho bodů a přibývají. A co teď? Jaké máme možnosti? Tak můžeme si vytvořit heatmapu. Já na ní kliknu, aby se nám otevřela ta mapa. No a to už je lepší, že? Ona se načetla docela rychle, těch 200 000 bodů. No ale co z ní můžu vyčíst? Už je to taky lepší. Ukázalo mi to místo, kde by mohl být nějaký extrém. A teď vám, jestli se mi podaří dobře zoomovat, ukážu, proč vlastně tady tenhle typ mapy nemám rád, protože tady je to něco modrýho. Co to znamená? Vlastně jakým způsobem tady udělat legendu? To vlastně nejde. No a jak začnu přibližovat, že najednou je to červený prostě, jo? Takže jak se vlastně odřezalo 200 000 bodů, tak nám tady zůstalo nějaký menší množství a to už jako říká, že tady je nějaký hotspot, fajn, takže tam máme hotspot, to z toho získáme. Výhoda tady toho je, že já o těch datech nemusím vědět nic a vždycky mi nějakým způsobem se ta heatmapa zobrazí. Nevýhoda zase, nejsou konstantní data, takže když se náš projekt bude úspěšný, tak nebudete chtít, aby každý všechny ty body pořád stahoval z zobrazení mapy. Tak a teď se dostáváme k tomu asi nejdůležitějšímu, že vezmeme polygony a analyticky spočítáme, kolik bodů je v každém polygonu a to zobrazíme. Takže já zase ukážu tu mapu. Ops, to přeskočilo. Tak. No a to už je mnohem veselější mapa, že jo? Tady už vidíme, ty body jsou náhodný samozřejmě, žádný tenhle výzkum neprobíhá a spíš než o radosti v České republice to vypovídá o velikosti daných okresů, protože když tam dáme vygenerovat náhodný body, tak oni budou většinou uniformní. Až na jedno místo tady vypadá, že vlastně tahle mapa vám potom může ukázat, kde jsou ty hotspoty. Takže najednou tady vidím, že tady mám nějaké místo, kde bude 3 500 a víc těch bodů. Brno město. Takže už máme nějakou informaci z té mapy. A teď my, když vlastně budeme chodit po těch okresech, takhle teda se po nich pohybovat tou myší, tak vlastně my uvidíme vlastně i kolik, mi to nefunguje tady jo, už to funguje. No, ne. Pak to zmizlo, jak šel nahoru. Takže tam uvidíte, kolik je tam bodů. Takže fajn, že jo. Vlastně ta mapa bude konstantní. To je její výhoda, že i když budete mít miliardu bodů, tak tahle mapa bude mít pořád stejnou velikost. No, ale když se podíváme na tu velikost, já to zase nebudu moc zazoomovat, ale budete mi muset věřit, jsme si asi moc nepomohli. Sice z 60 mega, ale dostali jsme se na 23 mega. Náš projekt bude úspěšný a tohle opravdu není věc, kterou bychom chtěli servírovat každému, kdo se podívá na naši mapu 23 mega. I když počítače jsou dneska rychlí, ale tohle opravdu ne. Tak, my tady vyskočili teďka. Tak, co bychom s tím mohli dělat? My bychom mohli ty polygony zjednodušit. nejedná se o kompresi, protože když bych dělal kompresi toho GeoJSONu, to můžu udělat. On pak bude malý, nebude mít 60 mega, bude mít 6 mega. Ale zjednodušování polygonu znamená, že když mám nějaký body, tak ten algoritmus dokáže identifikovat, který body může dát pryč i ve chvíli a nezmění se tím tvar toho polygonu nějak výrazně. Tak, já jsem si pro vás připravil malou soutěž. Já už jsem si ty okresy takhle nahrál a tady mám vlastně anglicky se jmenuje Simplify, ta metoda. Vybírám jeden algoritmus a dobrý je ještě Prevent Shape Removal, že když těch bodů je tam pak hodně málo, tak on některý ten polygon úplně by zrušil, ale je lepší, jak tam zůstane aspoň trouhelník. A teďka mám to Simplify a Apply. Tak, a my teďka máme 100%. A já bych od vás chtěl odhad, jak si myslíte, že můžeme ty polygony zmenšit, nebo zjednodušit, aby ještě ten tvar pořád odpovídal vlastně těm okresům. Že někdo, kdo zná okresy, podívá se na mapu a řekne, jo, to jsou okresy České republiky. Jedna opravdu důležitá věc, ty zjednodušené polygony používejte na vizualizace, ale nepoužívejte je na analýzu. Ve chvíli, kdy potřebujete udělat analýzu, používejte ty nejdetailnější polygony, které máte, protože jako u bodu radosti je to asi jedno, ale když budete dělat nějaké sčítání, kdo cokoliv prodal a ten největší zákazník bude zrovna skočí někomu jinému do okresu, tak mohl by se někdo chovat třeba iracionálně. Takže má to svý významy, takže určitě na to pamatujte. Tak nějaké nabídky? Kolik? 30%. Zkusíme 30%. Já se podívám na ty, jak to tady mi půjde ovládat, takhle. Tak, zkusíme 30%. 31? Já mám pocit, že se to vůbec nezměnilo, co vy? Tak, nějaký další nabídky? Ano, tam on vyhazuje body, které nejsou potřeba. Já to mám, možná ukážu ten slide ještě jeden. Já jsem to zkusil potom vizualizovat, že vidíte, že on místo těch bodů, oni jsou žlutě, já jsem nevěděl, jak to bude, není to vidět špatně, je to dobrý, paráda. Tak vidíte, jak ten složitý polygon, on najednou je nahrazený místo 10 bodů, použiju třeba jenom jeden. Já se vrátím k našemu, k naší hře. Tak kdo si přihodí víc? Ne, to už je moc málo. Tak ještě někdo? No? 10%, dobře. Já to hodím na 10%. Tak, 9,8. Mně se to pořád zdá stejný, co vám? Trošku se to pohlo? No? 3%. Tak, a já to trochu vylepším a půjdu na 2%. A vlastně my jsme schopni ten polygon, všechny ty polygony, to je samozřejmě use case od use case, prostě data od dat. Ale v tomhle případě jsme schopni prostě z těch 23 mega udělat 500 kilobajtový soubor, který přibalíte už ke své webové aplikaci, už na to nepotřebujete žádný hosting, nic. Tohle je hodně důležitý. Opravdu jsem zažil pár aplikací, které na mobilu nešly použít, na tom nejnovějším. A prostě jsem říkal, oni zobrazují mapu světa v GeoJSONu, který má 7 mega. A když jsme udělali tady tohle, říkám, na tom mobilu je ti to jedno, prostě tam potřebuješ jenom tu mapu. A až když zazoomuješ, tak to potom popovídáme ještě dál, tak vlastně potřebuješ nějaký jiný data. To je zase se vracíme k tomu, co jsem říkal na začátku. Musíte o té mapě přemýšlet, jakým způsobem budete komunikovat informace, ne ty data. A to je i důvod, proč jsem postavil tuhle přednášku, protože spousta lidí chce ty data. A potom ta mapa není zase tak užitečná. Tak, 2%, já to nebudu ukládat a doufám, budete mi věřit, když tak si to potom můžete na workshopu vyzkoušet. Tak, tady jsme se teda dívali, jak se to zjednodušuje. No, a co teď, když já budu chtít ty body vidět? Jako pak v nějaké fázi bych třeba fakt chtěl ty body vidět. No, Takže já už jsem na začátku říkal, že vlastně máme nějaký zoom levely a můžeme vytvářet vlastně, že ty Google mapy nebo po případě i ten MapTiler vlastně servíruje ty dlaždice, ať už vektorové nebo jako JPEGy, jako rastrové data. Tak u těch dlaždic my pomocí programu, který se jmenuje Typekanoe, můžeme vytvořit soubor, který se jmenuje MB-Tiles a my vlastně vezmeme ty body a uděláme zaprvé generalizaci, takže na těch nižších zoom level nahoře nebudou vidět tolik bodů, ale to je už fejkování. V té chvíli vy vlastně zase nezobrazujete informace, ale jenom data, tak aby vlastně ten systém byl spokojený. V téhle chvíli, když ten ukázku, co tady mám, už nepoužívám leaflet, ale je tam... Tady špatný odkaz. Jo. Tak, když se podíváte, tak vlastně ten dataset je celý. Ještě je nevýhoda pořád, že to natahuje všechny ty data, ale je toho 14 mega na 242 000 záznamů a ve chvíli, kdy budete mít svůj vlastní server, tak to můžete udělat tak, že ten MB-Tiles soubor bude součástí vaší aplikace a vy budete dávat requesty už jenom na ty dlaždice, které potřebujete. A v té chvíli, když se podíváte, když to dám skoro na celou Českou republiku, tak Visible on Map je 400 bodů. Ale to už je o tom, že on udělal nějakou generalizaci a řekl, zobrazím jenom tyhle body, zbytek nechám být. No a když začnu zoomovat, tak vlastně tam se začne měnit počet těch bodů. A když zazoomuju třeba na Brno, tam jsme měli těch bodů asi hodně, že jo, někde. Tak když začnu zoomovat na Brno, tak se podíváte, že vlastně tady najednou mám někde 8 000 bodů, 22 000 bodů, ale on je rendruje až ve chvíli, kdy zazoumuju na tu oblast, takže on nerendruje těch zbylých 220 000 už. Takže vidíte, že je to mnohem rychlejší, než kdyby renderoval všechno. A tahle ještě nemá to, že by tahal si ze serveru jenom jednotlivý ty dlaždice, si nejdřív stáhne celý. Ale to už je programátorská věc, já jsem říkal, že tohle bude jednoduchý a i pro těch 200, možná i pro těch 1 000 000 bodů by tohle mohlo být ještě akceptovatelný, než někdo dodělá tu serverovou část. Tak, já se teďka vrátím do té prezentace. Tak to máme o těch dlaždicích. Tam je potom i víc o tom, jak vlastně to funguje. On vlastně ten MB-Tiles, to je SQLite. Kdo programujete nebo nějakým způsobem spravujete databáze, tak to je vlastně databáze, kterou si natáhnete do webového prohlížeče a pomocí SQL.js si vlastně nad tím děláte selekty. Jo, a ještě je potom jedna vylepšená verze, která vlastně používá HTTP, že si tahá jenom ty jednotlivý data, třeba jenom tabulku si vytáhne přes HTTP. Říká se tomu HTTP Range Request. Tak, tady jsme už vlastně, jenom jsem dal screenshot, kdyby se náhodou nepovedla ta aplikace, tady už asi tušíme, kde je nejvíc té radosti už. Tak, a teďka více hladin. Takže tady musím dát ještě kredit. Tenhle příklad jsem už nedělal já. Tohle vytvořila umělá inteligence. A s tím, že jsem mu dal příklad, ty 2 předchozí příklady a řekl jsem mu, zkombinuj ty 2 do jednoho, tak, abych já vlastně viděl ten kartogram. A až když se budu přibližovat, zase vlastně když se přibližuju, tak do určitý chvíle, já tam chci to Brno zase, že jo. Až do určitý chvíle on pak přepne na ty body. Takže ve chvíli, kdy, teďka je to pořád ještě špatně, protože on si ten MB-Tiles soubor stáhne celý, takže stáhne 14 mega. Ale ve chvíli, kdy ho budete mít na serveru a budete žádat jenom ty jednotlivé dlaždice, tak dojde k tomu, že on z té výšky postupně zoomuje a je všude kartogram. A až se dostane na určitou úroveň, jako že tam jsou vidět 4 okresy, tak on přepne na ty body a zobrazuje ty body, ale on už zobrazí jenom 4 dlaždice, takže vidíte, 600 bodů, z 242 000 bodů zobrazí jenom 600 bodů. A jak budeme zoomovat, tak potom zase se budou ty body měnit, ale ve chvíli, kdy je potom ta serverová implementace, tak on už stahuje zlomky dat z těch, takže zase, jestli máme miliony bodů, tak sice tady už pak s milionama bodů bude problém, bude se to muset asi řešit nějak jinak, ale jsou to pořád body, na který jde prostě kliknout. Tak. shrnutí k téhle části je, používejte polygony, ale bacha, zase musíte na tom přemýšlet. Zjednodušené polygony jenom na vizualizaci. A používejte více hladin. Zase já potom ještě na workshopu budu ukazovat ještě nějaké další ukázky, ale to už budu používat jiný systém a tady jsem chtěl, aby bylo všechno opravdu open source. Dlaždice. Můžete používat body i polygony, můžou být vektorové, můžou být rastrové a může vám to hodně snížit trafik na serverech potom. Tak, ještě vlastně, proč vlastně tady tohle uděláte, je o tom, že sice máme rychlé linky, máme všechno, ale je dobré se chovat úsporně, protože když ta aplikace bude úspěšná, takže budete mít velkou návštěvnost a každá sekunda, kdy se něco nezobrazí, vás stojí potom vlastně ty publikum. K hostingu těch základních map. Ona sice OpenStreetMap nabízí tady na té adrese ty dlaždice, ale to je víceméně pro editory a možná použijte to na nějaké demonstrace, když budete chtít si být jistí, že ten klíč je pořád, abyste neměli problémy s klíčem, ale jinak najděte si nějakého providera, zaplatíte jim, ale ty částky oproti tomu, když to člověk porovná, jak to bylo dřív, je to opravdu velmi demokratické, to množství aplikací, které si můžou v současné době dovolit mapy, je nesrovnatelný s tím, jak to bývalo dřív. Potom kromě, teď jste viděli, to je i takhle, je to spousta práce, spousta věcí se musíte naučit, na co nemáte čas, ale zase upozorňuji, je tam důležitá ta myšlenka, že když vy pak dojdete za nějakou firmou, která vám třeba to řešení bude stavět, budou nadšení z toho, že jim řeknete, že chcete kartogramy, že nechcete jenom zobrazit data a že víte, že ty data se budou zobrazovat až na nižších hladinách a že s tím počítáte. Budou mít z vás obrovskou radost. Tak. To máme. Tak, jestli ještě nekončíme, ale já preferuji spíš, že si máte dotazy, než abych potom říkal tu část, kterou někdy nazývám mapy lžou.
Já bych se zkusil zeptat, jestli je to teda k tématu, jestli když se zobrazují třeba povětrnostní situace, konkrétně teplota v České republice v jednotlivých oblastech, tak jestli se to dělá taky tak.
Nevím. Já jsem meteorologické aplikace nikdy nedělal a přiznám se, že ještě jsem nebyl tak zvědavý, asi budu po dnešku, že bych se podíval, jak to mají na té webové aplikaci udělaný, ale předpokládám, že to bude nějaká heatmapa, že budou mít nějakou matici teplot, která bude podle toho, jak moc paměti počítačové tomu chtějí dát, že to bude nějaká matice, ze které pak udělají tu heatmapu, jak jsem ukazoval vlastně tady, když se vrátím.
Mně to přijde jako příbuzný problém, tak se na to
že,
s dovolením ptám.
Tady je vlastně, tohle je vlastně ta heatmapa a tímhle způsobem oni by mohli být schopni vlastně potom zobrazovat když dají od sebe stejnou vzdáleností nějaký body, nebo tam, kde mají vlastně to měření a zbytek aproximujou a pak z toho vytvoří nějakou takovou heatmapu. Kdy vlastně, když to bude pod nulou, tak to bude modrý, nad nulou to bude žlutý až červený. Takhle bych asi postupoval já, kdybych dostal tenhle útok. Tady na tohle je nejvhodnější podle mě ta heatmapa. Děkuji. Tak ještě. Tak přemýšlejte, kdyby vás něco napadlo. Já mezi tím teda budu pokračovat v tou části, jak mapy lžou. Tak se vrátím. Jo, ještě předtím, pokud jste zvědaví vlastně, jak jsem ten QGIS použil, tak máme další pokračování, je workshop po tady této prezentaci v místnosti R211, to je vlastně Kačenka, to je klub studentský, je to tam moc hezký, určitě přijďte. Tak a tady ten hezký obrázek jsem tam vybral z toho důvodu, že kromě dat se sbíraných náhodně mapy radosti, mám tam i dataset, který jsem nepoužil, který prostě chci si taky vyzkoušet jako úplně od začátku a je to mapování, pozorování hnízdění ptáků. Jediný, co jsem s tím udělal, že ten dataset má skoro 500 giga a já jsem z něho vyfiltroval vlastně jenom Českou republiku a okolí, která už je menší. Ano? Tak, mapy neříkají pravdu. Celý se to vlastně odvíjí od toho, že bohužel je to koule. Ta země je prostě koule a ve chvíli, kdy to začneme rovnat na papír, tak to prostě nejde. Já bych, tady ten první obrázek vlastně vám ukazuje ty kruhy, ty červení, co vidíte, tak vlastně zobrazují stejnou plochu na Zemi. Akorát tím, jak jdete víc na sever, tak vlastně ta mapa je víc roztažena a do obou směrů. Vlastně ten Mercator, když vytvořil tady tu projekci, tak vlastně jeho hlavním cílem byla navigace. Takže mu potřeboval úhly, aby byly správně vždycky. A to, jestli je nějaká země větší nebo menší, ho netrápilo. Oni potřebovali tu navigaci. Tak. Velikost státu je v závislosti od rovníku menší a menší, než vypadá. Tady ty světle modré jsou vlastně tak, jak je to v tom Mercatoru, když to uděláte to zobrazení, a to tmavě modré, to je skutečná velikost té země. Jo, že je potřeba na to dávat pozor, že vlastně, když to člověk vidí, tak si myslí, že některé země jsou strašně velké a jako u toho Grónska to je úplně extrém. No. Tak a teď mám pro vás další kvíz. Plný srandiček, že jo? Takže co myslíte, je tohle nejkratší cesta mezi Brnem a New Yorkem, anebo už jenom zkouším, jestli dáváte pozor? Tak vidím, spousta lidí kývá, že ano. Je to tak. Tohle je nejkratší cesta mezi New Yorkem a Brnem. Kdybyste to vzali rovně, tak vlastně tak to zkoušel třeba Willy Fogg. Jo? Tam už jdete prostě středem země, nebo středem asi ne, ale už jdete hodně do hloubky. Já mám ještě ten obrázek, právě jsem měl nachystaný, kdyby tomu někdo nevěřil, že vlastně, když dáte tu kouli, když mám screenshot myslím, je to Google Earth, jo, to mám z Google Earth, já to možná v tom otevřu, že vlastně, když se na to podíváte, tak ono je to skutečně nejkratší, protože my jsme na kouli. A když vlastně to zobrazím, tak sice fajn, tady tohle vypadá opticky, protože my jsme zvyklí na ten euklidovský prostor a on najednou tady neplatí. Ta křivka, ta červená, kterou vidíte, tak té se říká Great Cycle. A vlastně, když potom ukládáte ty data v tom EPSG 4326, tak vy je máte, ty souřadnice, když chcete počítat vzdálenost mezi nima, tak musíte použít ten algoritmus. Je jednodušší, není ani nějak časově náročný, jsou náročnější algoritmy, dá se to opravdu, to tak používám, že data jsou uložený v jiným než se pak zobrazují, ale pokud vaše aplikace cílí na celý svět, tak je to nutnost. Ano?
A jak je to teda v případě České republiky? Jestli tam musíme taky počítat s tím zkreslením, nebo se to dá počítat vlastně jako geometricky, jako na papíře? Vzdálenosti.
Dobrý dotaz. Neskoušel jsem, ale v zájmu toho, abych měl jednotný algoritmus všude, tak bych používal ten Great Cycle a dokážu si představit, že tam nějaké rozdíly budou, ale budou už minimální. Ale pro Českou republiku bych právě použil vlastně ty projekční systémy, které jsou pro ní určený a tam potom to je vlastně projekce na tom elipsoidu a je vybraný to místo, kde vlastně můžeme předpokládat vlastně, že už je euklidovský prostor. Že to je podle mě nejlepší to takhle použít. No, další, kde mapy lžou, jsou ty názvy. Já jsem žil nějakou dobu v Irsku a jednou jsem seděl takhle v hospodě v pátek a někdo se mě zeptal, kam jedeš na víkend, nebo co máš za plány? A já jsem řekl, jedu se podívat do Londonderry. A najednou kolem mě ticho a jako začali mi vysvětlovat teda jako Derry, to místo se jmenuje Derry a zachránil kamarád, říkal, klid, on je tady novej. Tak, a to by bylo všechno. Mám tady zase QR, kdybyste chtěli na tu prezentaci, pak jsou tady Veškerý soubory, které jsem vytvořil, jsou na GitHubu a potom je tam odkaz, kdybyste třeba se chtěli na něco zeptat, tak používám Mastodon jako hlavně teďka. Samozřejmě najdete i na jiných sociálních sítích, ale tady tohle je asi, co bych chtěl tady propagovat zrovna, když jsme na OpenAlt. Tak jestli nějaké dotazy by ještě byly? Já tady mám ještě jeden slide, který nebudu úplně do detailu vysvětlovat, ale tam jsou vlastně aplikace, které můžete potřebovat, kde budete potřebovat všechny data, nejenom body, ale kde budete potřebovat všechny data. Já jsem spolupořadatel konference JOpenSpace a v rámci JOpenSpace jsem v roce 2021 měl prezentaci, že jsem si vytvořil pomocí genetických algoritmů spravedlivé volební obvody v České republice. Tak kdybyste se chtěli podívat, a tam musíte zase použít všechny ty polygony, všechny ty zip kódy a vlastně je ten přístup k té aplikaci úplně jiný potom. To stejný lidar. Vlastně, když by tady někdo postavil prostě lidar, tak zase on potřebuje vytvořit a pracovat se všema bodama, který se mu odrazí. Ono jich může být miliony, ale potom zase, když to chcete prohlížet, tak prostě, když to má třeba 100 giga, tak to nechcete mít na disku. Tak jsou technologie, které vám pomůžou, že když vy se zazoomujete třeba jenom na ty věšáky, tak on vám dokáže stáhnout jenom tu oblast kolem věšáku. Teď zase zjednodušuju, v těch mapách by to bylo nějaké třeba náměstí nebo budova. A dokážete třeba stáhnout zlomek těch dat. Potom na konec konců vytvoření toho kartogramu, k tomu potřebujete taky všechny ty data. Máme ještě chvíli, tak já bych možná ještě ukázal, co máme nějak. To, co jsem si chtěl nechat až na ten... Až na ten workshop. Tak, já už to tady mám hotový vlastně, abyste viděli ten konec, ale ono to bude rychlý. Tak, když vytvořím novou mapu, tak já to vlastně, jak jsem říkal na začátku, většinou máme nějakou Excelovou tabulku. Já tady udělám zkratku, protože tady je nějaký ukázkový soubor. Takže vlastně vytvořil jsem mapu, teď jako kdyby nahrávám Excelovou tabulku do toho systému, tam mám adresy jako adresy, ne jako body, takže on udělá geocoding. Teď tam mám ty body, co jsem říkal, že vlastně nemáme používat, že jo? A teď můžu udělat, tady je to pojmenovaný regional heatmap, ale je to vlastně ten náš kartogram. Tak. A vlastně tady během několika sekund máte tu mapu hotovou, včetně toho, že je to někde uložený a můžete to dokonce i tu mapu zveřejnit a mít ji na své webové stránce. Ono to ještě chvilku. Tak, a tady máte teďka tu mapu a když odstraníme ty body, tak je to víceméně to, co jsme dělali s mapou radosti. Já vám děkuju a pokud budete chtít na ten workshop se jít podívat, tak určitě máme na to hromady času. Nikoho, komu se nepodaří nainstalovat nějak ty programy, nenecháme pozadu. Mám další nějaké věci, které můžu ukazovat mezi tím, co si ostatní budou doinstalovávat, aby jsme pak byli všichni na stejné vlně. Děkuju, že jste přišli.
So, hello. So I would like to welcome you on our presentation, which will be about post-quantum cryptography in OpenSSL library. It will be by me and by my colleague. So you will get knowledge about us, something, what is new in OpenSSL, what we did and what we released. And we will talk about post-quantum cryptography, what we have in OpenSSL. So, something about me. Some of you know me, some of you doesn't know me. So, I am engineering manager, so I'm responsible for development and all engineers in OpenSSL. I'm more than 2 years now in OpenSSL. Before I was working around 16 years in telecommunications. As we do tick profiles, so I'm Eagle Peacock. If you want to know more, go to tick.com.au and you will find out more things. And from my profile means that I like nice things and tasks done, which is bad for my employees. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to do agile development or introduce agile development in open source, which is not so easy because simply I don't own resources, which is a problem. Yeah, because I can't say you will be working on this because they simply will work on what they want to work on. So that is kind of challenging, but that is open source.
So my name is Norbert Poch, and I started at OpenSSL like half a year ago. Before also like ex-Red Hatter. Just to mention the tick profile, so my birds are DAO, which means I like precise stuff. And also I like to help people, which comes very hand for Tomáš because I do whatever he asks me to do. He's my manager, he gives me job, I do it. It's challenging, but it's also always something new, so it's interesting.
Okay, so some past in this year, in April, we released 3.5, which is really important for us and for rest of the world because we added post-quantum cryptography. And not only that, and we added also server-side QUIC. I don't know if you know the QUIC, most probably yes. And important thing which maybe some of you are not aware, that is support for third-party QUIC stacks. That is interesting thing because that is like TLS layer on QUIC stack. Currently is implemented in Microsoft QUIC, in Quiche and NGTCP2 stacks. So you can find OpenSSL almost everywhere as usual. So next thing which is really important for us, 3 weeks ago, we got submitted into FIPS validation. So our 3.5.4 release is submitted finally, which is good. And we are getting validated for 140-3 certificate, which unfortunately takes something between 13 and 16 months. So next year, this time, most probably we will have a certification, we hope. So next thing which happened 1st of October is that we released 3.6. I think important things, because I see Dimitri, that is EVP-ASCII thing, which was developed by him, so I have to mention it. Another thing which is important for companies is LMS, which is another important protocol which is used by Cisco and others, especially in their VPNs. So it's important, and we deprecated another method for ASN1 because we are finally close to start removing things from OpenSSL after many years, because we didn't remove anything yet. So more fun will start. So I will talk about why we did it. So important thing is first thing I will start with Quick because that is important and is kind of related. And you can see on this chart that in blue is TLS 1.3, which is well known, and it's new TLS. And there is also TLS Quick, which is still consuming significant part of the traffic. We are getting that from Cloudflare. I need to mention that because it is only open data which we can get. No one else is providing this data for free, and they are usually really well hiding that. So you will not be able to get that. So an interesting thing on this is that it's visible that TLS 1.2, and which is visible as a green, and 1.1 and 1.0 is slowly dying, which is good, but it's still not dead. Yeah. And important is, I think, the HTTP3 Quick, which you see here as a significant portion, because that is getting used more and more, but unfortunately, I think it was planned that will be used much more heavier than is now, because finally they find out that it's not that quick as name is say. Yeah, it's slightly slower than HTTP2, so that is slowing down implementation, but most of the traffic is on YouTube, which is using heavily Quick. Next thing is post-quantum, when you can see that in 2023 there was no post-quantum used in the traffic. Then in beginning of 2024, first few algorithms appeared, that MLChem thingy for key exchange. Then it was big jump that it started to do standardization in May, and then finally standardized around October 2024, and that was also reason why we started implementing it. And from 2024 it jumped, and it's still jumping, so you can see that almost half of the traffic now is using post-quantum. So if you are waiting with implementation of post-quantum, yeah, most probably it's the right time to start. So what algorithms we added? We started, as some of you are familiar with FIPS, so NIST as a standardization platform for US government and Canada finalized standardization for FIPS 203, 204 and 205, and they did it finally quite quickly, because before that standardization takes several years usually, and they did it like in 2 years and was quite quick. So there is quite big demand, and they are looking to have something really important, to have it as soon as possible. And as we changed OpenSSL and we have more developers, we said that it will be fine to not leave our users behind, so we added. And it was finally, I think, first time when OpenSSL was one of the first who developed something new, because before it was always few years after everyone else have it, then OpenSSL added that when it was already too late almost. So that is good thing. And as you saw on the previous chart, that browsers implemented PQC really quickly. So there is no reason to wait. And we are trying to solve that I always saying buzzword is record now, decrypt later, what everyone is saying, because that is what is happening now. That everyone is trying to record all the traffic with idea in mind that once we will have quantum computer fast enough, they will be able to decrypt it. If it will happen or not, hard to say. We don't know. They are saying 2030, maybe we will have something, but we can have something in 2 years, and we can have something in 100 years. We don't know. So I will talk slightly about post-quantum approaches, which are taken for, which should be implemented, and mathematical guys, which are cryptographers, are dealing with this. Right now we have only 2 algorithms as a lattice-based and 1 hash-based. New one which is coming, it's called HQC, and Norbert will mention it, is code-based. And there is another one which is getting standardized, which is lattice-based and is called Falcon. It's not yet standardized, that's why we don't have it. Because there is a problem with that until they are standardized, we don't know how key will look like. And simply, we can't, or let's say, we can, but no one else will be able to read it. So we need to wait for someone who will standardize the output and say how key should look like to be able to say, yes, we will use it, and someone else will be able to read it. Otherwise, that cryptography doesn't make sense much if you can create a key which no one can read. It's super secure, but it will not help. So MLChem is the first one, is called FIPS 203 on the NIST side, and is used mainly for, as is in the name has, is key encapsulation mechanism. So you will find it as a part of hybrid algorithms in TLS right now. So MLChem is used for that key exchange. And is lattice-based, as it says, ML module lattice. Yeah. Next one, I don't know if you know, but in OpenSSL we have one specific feature which is called speed. And with -chem algorithms, you can get comparison, not in this nice table. It will be horrible text and you have to dig it. But finally you can get this nice table. It will take a while, but you will get it. And important thing on this table is that if you will compare RSA and other algorithms, you will find out that new post-quantum algorithms are not that slow, which is good. So you don't need to be worried that post-quantum a new algorithm is slow, which is perfect. So next one, which was introduced, FIPS 204, which is MLDSA, so module lattice-based digital signature algorithms. And according to name, you can really know or already know that it's used for digital signatures. I want to mention one thing because OpenSSL has one small thing that when you do the digital signature, you have to load everything into memory. And you can't use OpenSSL directly as a command line for signing huge files. And for that, you need to do calculation of external mu, which is described on its side, how to do that, and then do signature on OpenSSL. So we support that, but you have to develop some code. It's not from command line. So be careful if you want to sign 2 terabytes and you don't have 2 terabytes of memory, most probably will fail. So next one, which was standardized, is SLHDSA, which is hash-based. That is only one which is hash-based right now. Is standardized, is FIPS 205, and has exactly same purpose as MLDSA, and is considered as a backup. It's considered as a slower algorithm and safer algorithm. And because it's slower, significantly slower, most probably will not be used heavily until someone will hack MLDSA. So, how it happened? 3.5 last year, this time, we replanned that because we find out that post-quantum is here, so we need to do something with that. And we start looking what to do with it, because implementing it from scratch, yeah, we will not be able to do it quickly. So we have good relationship with Boring SSL, so we had a look, and they had it. So we agreed with them that we will take it. The one fallback for us, or bad thing for us, was that was written in C++. But OpenSSL is C-based, so we had to rewrite everything. During the rewriting, we found some issues, so we reported to Boring. So we improved Boring finally. Yay, open source works. And we added more features than boring SSL. So finally, OpenSSL implementation of post-quantum is slightly better than boring SSL because it's boring, yeah, SSL, so no one cares. We are active in IETF, so we are trying to fight with people like Microsoft, Google, and other big companies that their format is not right, and we are trying to get it right that will be usable for everyone. And it's sometimes really hard. It's not funny. And if you are interested, IETF is starting, I think, next week in Montreal. It's quite far, but you can do it online. We have it implemented in command line, so you can use it. You will see how to use it. Norbert will present it. And as we have quite good relationship with OQS provider, because Michael Bench worked for us also and for IBM as an OQS provider developer, so we have really good relationship, and he was helping us to develop. So we tested that with OQS, and we are sure that it works with OQS. And as we have also good relationship with Bouncy Castle, I don't know if you are familiar with Bouncy Castle, it's a similar thing for Java. So we are testing that also with Bouncy Castle. So just summary, I will just quickly go through that. So we have MLChem, MLDSA, and SLHDSA. We have added hybrid key agreement in TLS, which is this horrible name X25519 MLChem 768, which is that post-quantum what you see on the charts on what browsers are using, which is combination of Diffie-Hellman and MLChem together. Yeah, that's why it's called hybrid. I think that there is not yet any browser which is doing pure MLChem key exchange for now. Maybe some testing, but it's not used in production heavily. We try to address record now, decrypt later, what I mentioned. It's a buzzword. Everyone is using it, and it's marketing, huge marketing around that, and everyone is trying to do that. We have CLI and API, and other things like use cases and hands-on examples will be on Norbert, so you will see it soon. So before we will continue, I would like to ask, who knows OpenSSL? Yeah, that's perfect. Who knows, or who use it as a CLI? And who use it as a developer? Okay, so you have some audience who will understand. Thank you. I'm giving it.
Thank you. Thank you, Tomáš. So let's continue with some practical examples. I would say if you have a free weekend and you want to do something unusual, interesting, something you want to try out, then I will give you some examples or something you can dive into maybe. First, I would like to start with the CLI tool. We would like to create a signature of a file here. We will walk through that, and also at the end, I would like to introduce some C code, but later that. So let's start. Let's do some signatures. What do we need for that? We would like to do it with certificates. So first, we need to create certificates, of course. Let's start with the C, the root certificate. For that, we need to generate a key which we can tie the identity to. Here, we're going to use a post-quantum algorithm called MLDSA. So we generate a key. Then we're going to create a root certificate. Here, I just would like to mention that you can see that there is like a CA true extension, and it gives permission to sign certificates, which is like crucial because that's what is it for. Here we show how basically it's done with post-quantum cryptography, but afterwards creating the keys, it's basically the same method as you usually do. So now we have a root certificate. We would like to create an entity, which is basically the same. We need first a key, and then we would like to extract the public key from it, and then we use a certificate sign request. It's useful when you are not the certificate authority and you want to ask for a certificate. So you create this request, you send it over to the CA, which will send you back a certificate. They might use this command, they might not, I don't know. The crucial part here is that you can see that the CA is set to false now, which means that this is an end entity and cannot sign any more certificates. All right, so let's create one more end certificate, but using MLChem. As I said, it's the algorithm for the key. All the different, like all the other part is the same. So we're gonna extract the public key from it and create a certificate. What's different here is that we don't use a CSR, and this can be done when you usually do it locally. So you are basically the CA, so you can skip that part and just create a certificate right away. Now we have certificates. How do we know that they work? We can try. So let's start the server. We load the key and the certificate we just generated. It's running. Then we try to connect it with the client. We use the CA certificate and verification of the host. We see that the connection established, so it's fine, it works. Also in the output, we can see that the negotiation was done using a hybrid algorithm using X25519 and MLChem 768. And the signature is MLDSA 65, which we just generated. So everything is fine. Now we can move on and try to sign a file. Here we're gonna use a kernel file, but it can be anything basically. So we use this command and create a signature, and then we try to verify it. Verification is successful. Then we also would like to know like who actually signed this file. So we can output the signer here, and we can verify it, that who did the signature and what is the validity of it. All right. So the seed. Who knows what the seed is in cryptography? Okay, okay. It is actually what you would like to have here, but we have a problem. In the post-quantum, the keys are generally big, a lot bigger than the classical algorithms. So we would like to keep it smaller, right? Small, fast, that's what we need. There is an option when we generate key pairs and generate a private key to only save the seed. Because the key generation uses a deterministic function, we can just give it the seed itself, and it will generate the same private key, and that will save us space. But also you have to pay for it with the computational power, because every time you just have to recalculate the same key. Well, it probably depends on the environment and what you need. OpenSSL defaults to save the private key and the seed itself. And it looks like this. This is a private key. There is some bytes in the beginning, which is the seed. You probably can't see because of the private key. And if you don't want that, you can just do this. This is the seed. It's quite like a difference. So let's see. We have the seed, but want to private key. What to do? We can just extract the value here. We can use this command to get the hexadecimal number of the representation of the seed. And we can use this command with the option pkopt and giving it the hex seed option, and it will generate us the same private key. All right, so a little bit about the future of the post-quantum cryptography. There are two algorithms waiting for standardization by NIST. There is no draft for both algorithms currently. One is the FNDSA, which is based on Falcon. It's also lattice-based and waiting for digital signature, to be used for digital signatures. And HQC, which Tomáš already mentioned, is a first code-based algorithm. What is code-based? It basically uses error correction codes. And yeah. So this is selected for the fourth round in the NIST, and probably gonna be the first one by the code base, which is gonna be standardized if it's gonna be. I would like to mention here the OQS provider. If you want to try out these algorithms maybe on that free weekend, you can try it out with OpenSSL, but with an external third-party provider called OQS provider. It is only meant for testing, shouldn't be used in production, but you can try it out and play with it. I would just like to mention that HQC is currently turned off because there are some security issues related with the algorithm, but it's still there to try. And now let's go back to code. Let's show some C code. I would like to go through K encapsulation mechanism and some signature also. So about the K encapsulation, I would just like to say in very short what it is. So imagine how cool it would be if you would have the public key of someone else and you could just encrypt the symmetric key and send them over through a non-encrypted channel. And that's actually what the K encapsulation does. Yeah, some C code, let's go. At Alice, we would like to generate a key pair again. We need the public key and send it over so our friend Bob can encrypt his key with it. So we extracted it here, and then at Bob we would like to also use the key. So we use a EVPP key generate here. But if you say it's something wrong, then yes, it is, because we are not generating keys here, but because OpenSSL is a little bit weird, we use generate here. But first, we call a param_gen init, which means that we are not going to generate keys, only the parameters for it. So we can later just import the public key of Alice. Then we initialize the encapsulation. We query for the sizes of the shared secret and the ciphertext, which is basically encrypted shared secret. Then we allocate the memory and do the encapsulation, so we get the ciphertext and the shared secret. So the ciphertext is safe to send over the network. We send it to Alice, and she can start the decapsulation, also needs to query for the size, allocate the memory for it, and then get the shared secret. At this point, both Alice and Bob has the same shared secret data, which they can use for deriving a symmetric key, usually like HKDF or similar. All right, that's for it. Let's look for the signatures and verification. Previously, we already generated some MLDSA keys. We can use it here. So we would like to import and then do a little sanity check if the algorithm matches. If not, that's very weird, but might happen. Then we explicitly fetch the signature and also start the signing process. We need to query for the sizes as always, and then just get the signature of it. at the other party, we also load the public key, do the sanity check, fetch the algorithm, and then we're gonna verify that the message that we just signed earlier actually matches. And that's it for me. Thank you. Tomáš, please continue.
So, and maybe you wonder why we are asking for help. We are open source. We have community, and we are looking for people who can help us. So, if you are working in a, as is mentioned here, company, institution, or organization, Red Hat and other universities, other small companies, then we'll be happy if you will join our communities. We have website, OpenSSL communities. Soon you will see a QR code which will help you to go to the website. And some of you know, like Dimitri knows, that I know. And you can be part of it. So you can do discussion with us, what next should be developed, what's burning for you, what you want to have it there, and also be part of our communities and advisories, because we have back and tech, which is back is business advisory committee and tech is technical advisory committee, and people are elected every, I think now 2 years or 1 year or 2 years, something like that. And they are working with their responsible community, and they are giving us advices what to do next. And it's really important for us, because before there was significant disconnect. On GitHub we had discussions, but that is usually only developers. That is not interesting for business people or people who are not writing the code but still using OpenSSL, because they simply don't understand most of the things which happened there. So that's why we started doing that, and we have people from Cisco, Microsoft, and other big and Red Hat, of course, and other big companies, and also small companies which are trying to help us to find the way what we should develop and what is our next journey, let's say. And it's fun right now, because it's quite undiscovered thing, and we are really looking for input. So if you want to join, and I will be more than happy if you will join, that will be perfect, because you can get some input and you can get some influence, which is interesting, at least for people that you don't have to be developer and still you can affect open source, which is different. I think that no other open source is doing that this way. So now we have time for questions, if there are any.
How hard is it to get developers to actually understand the implementation and do it? How hard is it to get developers who actually understand the implementation and verify it is correct from both enterprise and community?
Good question for the
Are you asking for the person who uses the library or develops the library?
Both. Mostly developers of the library itself.
Of the library itself. I would say the code base is quite large and a lot of small pieces, right, Dima? So I think it's pretty hard and takes a lot of time to understand the whole code. So yeah, it takes time.
A quick reply to you. Normally, you don't have to check the implementation of algorithms. Well, if you try, you will feel huge pain. But significant part of the surrounding code, TLS stack, some other areas, SMIME, CMS, are suitable for understanding from the external side with a little help of GDB, of course, and now probably with a little help of ChatGPT. So it's doable.
So for OpenSSL, you said that for I forget which algorithm, but it saves both the seed and the private key. Do other implementations choose to save seed or private key or both as well? And why did they choose to do that?
I think they do it mostly for compatibility reasons. So everyone usually saves key and seed. Yeah, that was agreed on IETF, and this is the format what is used.
Do you have any candidate? Do you know? Can you tell me why Falcon is not yet standardized, and if there are any other algorithms which have small signatures? Because for DNS protocol, the huge signatures of post-quantum cryptography is a big problem, and we don't care about private key size, but we care very much about public key size and signatures, and it is kind of hard to use it in current algorithms. Is there work going on that? And
there is always in NIST, they do like exhibition or something that they select something, and that is selected for standardization. So for CHEM, next one will be Falcon, which is smaller sizes, and HQC, which will be for digital signatures. And I don't know about any other which was selected yet. Most probably more will come. And I learned 2 weeks ago in chess event on BUT University that HQC should be the standard algorithm for German government. So they want to use it. And as you are mentioning DNS, I think not only DNS has a problem. Also Quick has a problem with key sizes, because when you start using post-quantum, the problem is that key doesn't fit one packet, and usually fits 3 packets. Yeah, because it's UDP based, and then most of the implementation will have a problem, because at least we had a problem in our own implementations, and we find out, oops, it's coming in 3 packets, and we have to fix it. So, and other implementation has exactly the same problem. So Falcon, yeah, we are looking forward. I heard something that somewhere in spring maybe will be something standardized, and I heard about HQC. If it will be or not, we'll see, because there is a pressure from government and from European Union. But if it will be or not, hard to say. Originally, normally it takes several years to get standardization, and they were selected like this year. So for standardization in NIST, I mean. Yeah, Falcon was, I think, 1 or 2 years back, something like that. Yeah, there is for a while. But it's unpredictable, and NIST is understaffed. And with all the things which is happening in US government, everything is slowed down. Yeah, there is even not happening rebranding. It's simply, they are shut down, because government is shut down for several weeks already. So you can see on their website, which is written, we are not updating website because we are shut down. Yeah, so now is everything stopped in NIST, and we can't do anything with that. So it's fun.
Nothing going to change soon.
Yeah, most probably not.
One more question, if you don't mind. Do you have any plans to support, for example, FrodoChem, which is also mentioned by, I think, German government as a standard?
Usually OpenSSL should implement only things which are standardized.
Yes.
Once it will be standardized, we will implement it. Yeah? Until it will be standardized, we will not implement it. We are now talking about doing some experimental version, how we can do that. We already started with HQC. We have it mostly done. So mostly we have it implemented. It's not publicly available yet because it's work ongoing. If it will be publicly available, we will see. We need to find a way how to do that we will have huge disclaimer for users. Don't use it in production. It can change. Because there is a problem with key format, which is not standardized. So we can do whatever we want, but if seed will change, it will be not readable in future. So it's just for testing purposes. So. Any other question? Okay.
I have yet another one. Is there a possibility, do you know, you showed some numbers how post-quantum is already used. Do you know how often it is used by serving dual algorithm on the same server socket, and how often already it is used by serving only post-quantum certificate and nothing else? Do you have different numbers for those?
No. Because we have only what Cloudflare report, and right now in post-quantum it is used only the hybrid version, nothing else, and the pure is simply not used. And if it's used, we don't have the data. And really, the problem is that no provider reports this data, these statistics. They are completely hidden, and they don't do it for purpose. So they don't want to show it because it can destroy their business. Yeah, like they can say, yeah, everyone is using Quick, but in statistics will look, oh, only 20%, sorry. So they will lose funding. So it's tricky. So if there are no questions, thank you.
let's begin. Okay. Hello. Thank you for coming. I understand that it's the last presentation today, and it's quite a specific topic. I'm going to speak about a relatively new feature in OpenSSL named UPSK. It's a feature allowing using opaque object as keys for symmetric algorithms. First, brief reminder, who am I? My name is Dmitry Belevsky. I work in Red Hat. I maintain OpenSSL and OpenSH there. And my current tasks are mostly related with PQ transition. I have multi-year OpenSSL experience. I was a member of OpenSSL technical committee since 2021 until it was disbanded, and now I participate in OpenSSL advisory committees. You have heard the presentation from OpenSSL team just before my presentation, so you have overall understanding about OpenSSL governance. Now I want to make a brief reminder about OpenSSL library architecture. OpenSSL as a library provides two libraries, libcrypto, which has a wide API for working with ISN1, working with X509 certificates, and what is the most important for our presentation, so-called UVP API, which allows working with different algorithms. libSSL is a separate thing. We will not touch it in this presentation. It's designed for network protocols such as SSL, TLS, QUIC, you name it. But when we're speaking about OpenSSL, you see that libcrypto provides the end-user API, but all the algorithms are implemented in various so-called providers. It's a plugin. Basically, you can consider it plugins. OpenSSL currently has three built-in providers providing algorithms. It's default provider, fifth provider designed for fifth certified systems, legacy provider which includes old algorithms that are either insecure or less popular, mostly insecure. But of course, the developers can implement their third-party providers. So we in Red Hat have implemented PKSS11 provider, which allows us using algorithm relied on hardware tokens, HSM, and so on and so forth. A brief reminder about two categories of cryptography. We have asymmetric crypto, which is used for various operations such as digital signature, key exchange, key encapsulation. You see the list of algorithms that are used for these purposes. The key feature of asymmetric algorithms is that you don't have one key, but you have a key pair, a private key which should not be available to anyone but its owner, and the public key which is public, anybody can access it, and you can make some operation using the private key and provide an opposite operation using public one. OpenSSL works with asymmetric algorithms, well, forever. And the key structures for asymmetric algorithms are normally quite complicated. And it means that when the transition to the provider model happened, the opaque pointers became the most standard way to deal with it. You have a UVPK object, and you have a set of callback structures in the providers that operate the particular operation with what basically looks like an opaque pointer to a library. Symmetric crypto implies that you have only one key for the operation. It's normally named the secret key. comparing to private. So we have the examples of such algorithms as symmetric ciphers, MAX, etc. So again, you have a list of algorithms on the screen. IS is the most important cipher algorithms. HMAC and CMAC imply that you use some low-level cryptographic algorithms such as hash for HMAC or symmetric cipher for CMAC, and a secret key as an input. And normally in OpenSSL library, keys were represented as row bytes array. But, well, it's not always suitable to use a row bytes array. When you have a PKCS11 token, and you often have it nowadays, you normally don't have an access to row bytes array implementation, but you have something normally named handle, and you still want to make some encryption. Also, an example of this approach is HSM, hardware secure modulus, processor enclaves, TPMs, and so on and so forth. We have implemented PKCS11 provider, as I mentioned before, and working on it, we found out that no row bytes array are not suitable and are not enough for our purposes, so we started working on it. One more example, even if you operate in pure software, you can try to somehow protect the keys from being found in memory in a raw way. You can use scheme masking or some other techniques. So that's enough to provide some rationale to support these keys. Of course, we could, using some hacks, implemented even in ancient times, pre-3.5 times. Well, I can write the code using all the OpenSSL API that would use handles for PKCS11 backed keys. Please don't do it. Don't try it. And since OpenSSL 3.5, we started adding the algorithms, so the possibility to deal with opaque objects. First, we added support for symmetric algorithms, but when you feed, before you feed the key as an input to the symmetric algorithm, you should somehow get it. Normally, you get the key using some asymmetric operation. It may be an output of some k derivation function. It may be an output from Diffie-Hellman-like scheme, which means that you have to you take your private key and Peer's public key and derive a key that then turns to be a part, an input of the symmetric key algorithms. The structure of the new added object is quite simple. There are two common attributes for ref counting, so we can use it simultaneously from similar threads, avoiding double freeze and so on and so forth. But then you see just two important structure members. Kdata, which is opaque pointer, and UPSK management. It's a new structure. It's implemented in one of the providers. And this is the structure which knows how to void what is the real structure beyond that opaque pointer and can deal with it correctly. Its responsibility, for example, is import-export keys, operations, management, so on and so forth. New API, if you don't implement the provider, it's what you should basically read about, man-up key. You will see that we have functions to generate opaque object. We can, of course, we should be able to import row bytes when we have a key represented in row bytes form. There are several functions which basically do the same, but taking different arguments depending on what objects we have in disposal. We can say that, well, we need to convert the keys that is implemented, is backed by one provider to a different one provider. We can try to get row bytes from the existing key. This operation, of course, may fail, but you still may try. SK management structure, which is backend, which again you will not have to deal with it until you implement a provider. So again, it has a lot of standard structures, standard members of structure. Every provider structure has something like that: name, type, description, pointer to provider, ref count, destructor, yeah? And here are several specific routines that provide you the information which provider set, which parameter set you need to create a key, either from scratch or from some data. Export and import callbacks. Of course, you may want to generate the key from out of nowhere. And you normally, in some circumstances, need a string identifier of the key for printing purposes, for example. So, and you see these callbacks naturally match these requirements. Again, I will not speak a lot on the API part of the SK management. It exposes the function listed on the previous slide to the libcrypt API. You normally don't have to deal with it until you write code. You will have to deal only with EVP-SK API. But in case you really have to write code, you will get the problems. Yeah, you will have to support multiple algorithms in your providers, and in some cases you have to distinguish for what purpose do you generate the symmetric key. For example, yeah, IS has 3 allowed lengths of keys: 16, 24, and 32 bytes, and if so you can generate 12 bytes key and use it for AS. So you have to make checks on the provider side. What's also a must in case you implement the opaque objects and support it in the provider is that you should support the import of row bytes. And for export, you can't always export the row bytes representation. Yeah, otherwise, well, if you always could export the row bytes, you did not need this API. But you can use the export function to get some identifier, which then would allow you to recover the handle and use it for subsequent operations. Okay, let's jump to particular API changes. These 2 functions were added in OpenSSL 3.5. When you use symmetric algorithms, you always have init functions that accepts keys. And so you see the natural change of the API, not change, basically an addition to API. Now you can accept the EVP-SK object instead of row bytes array. Same for EVP-MAC. You had function EVP-MAC init, now you have a function EVP-MAC init SK that should take the ASCII object. Again, briefly reminder that on the provider side we have callback structures. So it means that we need 2 more callbacks for the EOP cipher structure implementing symmetric ciphers and 2 EOP MAC which implement the MACs. What was added recently in the OpenSSL version 3.6 that was released, as colleagues says in the previous presentation, just in the beginning of October, about a month ago, is using the, not using generation, derivation of the symmetric keys from the asymmetric algorithms. So as I mentioned, when we use some Diffie-Hellman-like scheme, we have our private key and Pierce public key, and if we have a hardware token, we may want to derive the key that will not leave the token, but still suitable for using in ciphers. For this purpose, we have the UPK exchange API, and again, we had function UPPK derive, returning a row bytes pointer. Now we have added the new one that returns UPSK object. For KDF, let me remind you, provide some parameters. Some of them can be public, some of them are not public, such as passwords, for example. You have to implement 2 functions. Yeah, you may have that non-public parameters also represented in a format of UPS key, so you can set the you can init the KDF operation using the symmetric key object, so the function UPKDF CTX set as key. And of course, after the derivation, you also may want to have an object that would persist in the hardware token or HSM and will not be available for direct access in a row byte format. And of course, again, yeah, you see we return the callback structures. We add naturally 2 functions to the UPKDF and 1 to UPK exchange. Fallback mechanisms. Yeah, it's also important. Yeah, OpenSSL declares that you can build provider for OpenSSL 3.0, use it with OpenSSL 3.5, and it will work. Well, to some extent. Of course, you can build it the way it would not work. Normally, you should not. Yeah, but it means that we should care what happens if you use the new API and you don't have the corresponding implementation on the provider side. Well, you don't have much choice. You have to try to export keys as raw bytes or get the pointer, and if it fails, well, you are unlucky. For new implementations, we strongly recommend support of both sets of callbacks for the opaque objects and for the raw bytes array. And well, if you have a key created in one provider and you have to use it with implementation taken from another, you have no other way than provide so-called export-import dance when you first get a pointer from raw bytes from the key, and then try to reconstruct an object for a compatible way to new providers. It's all done on the API lab. It's all done inside the UP API. You don't have to perform this dance manually. Next steps. OpenSSL has an abstraction layer named Store, which allows you to convert various representations. It may be a file, it may be a URI, it may be basically anything, into a key object. Well, when I say key this time, I mean both symmetric and asymmetric keys. After that, you use this object in a normal way with all the UP API. I have implemented a pull request. It's waiting for review. I hope it will be reviewed relatively soon. The problem is that there is no format specification for symmetric keys. Yeah? There are two basically dead specification. One is not implemented anywhere. The other has a quite limited implementation. Also, yeah, you have, well, when you set a symmetric key, if we don't take into account the length limitation, every sequence of byte can be a symmetric key. So yeah, you can have a file that is normally parsed as X509 certificate and feed it as a symmetric key calculating MAC. Don't do that. So it means that when we implementing this support in File API, this PR, which is still waiting for review, I can presume that we have some natural arbitrary value of max k length, and you have to explicitly request that, well, I read these bytes from file and I'm going to use it as symmetric keys. Otherwise, the format of detection, which is already implemented in OpenSSL, will work. Speaking of PKCS11 provider, you can use the standard PKCS11 URI format, and it just works out of box after some patches that have already been landed into PKCS11 provider. Okay, you never like to write C code, even if you have 11 at your disposal, right? Nobody likes writing C code. For some experiments, you are able to use OpenSSL command line utils. OpenSSL list is a utility that provides you the list of all types of algorithms available in this installation. I mean OpenSSL library plus third-party providers, plus native providers, of course. We have implemented OpenSSL skutil to work with symmetric keys, but it's of quite limited functionality. Of course, you can use symmetric keys object for encryption. OpenSSL enc is the utility that implements symmetric encryption from command line. And also we extend the OpenSSL story util that lists, for example, lists keys present by in file system, in your token, you name it. Known implementation. Yeah, of course, the first and main implementation is OpenSSL itself. We have SK management in default provider since 3.5. We have SK management in FIPS and legacy provider for 3.6. For clarity, we implemented two SK managements, one for generic secrets, which can be anything and can be used in theory for any purpose, and the second for IS, which has extra checks that the key is suitable for using with any of IS algorithms. And for test purposes, we have provided implementation of SK in one KDF, password-based KDF1, which is a part of legacy provider, so it should not break any implementation, and also for a CDH key exchange. Try it. Of course, we have, because it's 11 provider, which I mentioned several times already. At the OpenSSL conference, which took place 3 weeks ago, there was a presentation of people from IBM who demonstrated that the approach we used and implemented is suitable for them. They use symmetric keys protected by their processor features. So you see, it works. It's, well, I can't say that it's 100% measure, but it's usable for practical purposes. To be done. Yeah? First, I hope we will be able to land the store support in OpenSSL 4.0. Tomorrow I need to nudge the reviewers again and again. For some future, we will need to provide some so-called encoders, decoders. It's a way how to transform from the, for example, file representation to a key object. And what's more important is simultaneous derivation of multiple keys. Yeah? If you look at the specification of PKCS 11, you see that when you need to get the set of TLS keys, and for TLS protocol you may need either 2 or 4 keys, you have to derive them simultaneously. Currently, OpenSSL uses the approach that it derives a big buffer of necessary length, and then chops it into parts. But when we are speaking about the opaque object, you can't chop anything into parts, right? So it means that we will have to implement, to design first and implement then the API which makes this scenario viable for OpenSSL. And I hope in the distant future we will use only opaque objects or mostly opaque objects. Again, as Tomasz mentioned at the previous presentation, OpenSSL is open to cooperation, is open to community work, and this week we try to have a meeting of UPSK Special Interest Group where we are going to discuss the next steps and roadmap, and probably someone else, not only Red Hat, will work on implementing it in OpenSSL. We expect support and interest from HSM vendors and users, from PKCS 11 vendors. There was interest from academic community, so let's see how it goes. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. If not, thank you. We are done.
Okay, you already mentioned that, but there is another use case, and that's IBM's mainframe script accelerator. I know you already talked with IBM about that, or do you plan to talk with them? Because we use that for this encryption through various hacks, how to get the opaque key into kernel, and the SKI environment maybe could help there, but definitely someone from IBM have to work on that. So do you talk to them? They are part of this interest group?
Yes, Holger Denger made the presentation, and they already have a preliminary version of the provider that is used. Yeah, I can share the link with you later. Yeah, ping me. If you are interested, then you can check whether it fits your scenarios. You are speaking about disk encryption, right? So yeah. And I hope you will join the special interest group meeting. I think it's on this Tuesday, November the 4th.
Yeah, I will try, but for the mainframes, there are actually two parts. First is the disk encryption with crypt setup, and the second is the mainframe tools, and I think they are exactly doing that key downloading, uploading to the HSM. They probably could use OpenSSL for that. I don't know, but definitely that's use case that you have already in RL.
Yeah, I hope they will use OpenSSL, and it will allow the using of universal API. Okay, thank you very much. See you.